Zion. I am the wind of destruction. I kneel, Kojima. You were right. You were right about everything. What's up, chat? It's America's birthday. You should be having a burger and blowing things up. I'm gonna draw an American flag bikini woman having a burger and blowing things up instead. It's the only way. Also, it's too hot to barbecue outside. I fucking hate barbecuing, not gonna lie. Barbecuing is the shit that you do if, like, you want to socialize with people. Which I, of course, do not. Just busted and ball is live. Life is good. I haven't ejaculated in like 4 or 5 days now because I discovered AI image prompting, which caused me to go down a rabbit hole of like overtaxing both my penis and my dopamine receptors of my brain as I was like AI generating like 5,000 images, and as a result I've like basically digitally sterilized myself. And for a few days I couldn't even get an erection, but I haven't prompted stuff recently, so now I'm starting to recover. But don't look at porn for like 6 hours a day, guys. That's unhealthy. I don't know how the porn addicts can do it. Do you pay for an AI subscription? No, I found a free one. I paid a little for Novel AI, but I only used that for text generation at the time. Don't most of the subscription AI subscription and stuff have safety filters on them though? Like just built in, even if you're paying for it? Like if I got a Chat GPT sub and I want to generate big booba ladies wearing American flag bikinis, wouldn't they be like, I'm sorry sir, we can't let you do that? That's too much freedom. Probs? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, at the bare minimum, any company has to basically have some kind of child porn filter. Because if there's one thing that people are going to use AI, uncensored AI prompting software for, there's always going to be like a small percentage of the population who is going to use it to generate 10 million images of child pornography. And then you're going to be, you know, in trouble with the law. So there's no way that they just give you like anything that's completely uncensored if they want to make money as a corporation. As usual, the pedophiles are ruining it for all the other gooners. Will be blood. Shit. Truly the scum of the earth? Yes. I would say that the worst thing that pedophiles do is victimize other masturbators, but I think they might be doing some other bad things, so I can't remember what else they're hated for, but for some reason I don't feel like defending them. Is it the 4th of July? Goddamn, that's right, son. What's up, boys? Let's go! Did you shoot some guns at the local rage, light some fireworks, or have some barbecue? No, I will do none of that. Also, I haven't seen a attractive woman in... Well, actually, I went to the gym today, and because the gym hours are limited on holidays, I actually have to be there when there's other human beings, so there is some attractive woman there. There are like 2.5 attractive women. It was okay. My gym is unfortunately my home. That feeling when you can't leave your prison cell. I don't know. I would like to have a home gym. I would still go to another gym, like have a gym membership outside as well, but it would be nice having my own home gym as well. I would like to have both, honestly. How do you mean half attractive woman, a butterface, a tight femboy, or 5 out of 10? 5 out of 10. you miss the one of the other options, which would be an attractive woman, but she's like the bottom half of her body has been cut off in an industrial accident, and she's in a wheelchair or something. There's always that option. Do you do calisthenics? I mean, I do a lot of pull-ups. I guess calisthenics is in, or pull-ups is in the calisthenics category, right? I do squats. I mean, is it any kind of exercise that doesn't use like weights considered calisthenics? So the type of exercises I do that aren't cardio, that would be like a form of weight training using my own body weight, would be I do pull-ups, I do squats, I do some squats with weights and some squats without weights. I do like, they have those rope things in some gyms now, you know, where there's like these long ropes that you can kind of whip around. I do a little bit of that. I haven't been doing much push-ups recently because I've been, I like using weights more for stuff like my, my chest. What about the stuff where they use giant wooden clubs? You mean how I obtain my wife when I beat the other cavemen with my wooden club and then take their women? Yeah, those are cool. Grog fight Grok. Grog beat Grok with stick. Grog take Grok woman. Grog strong. Flame! Are we gonna get a USA elf? Does it have to be an elf? Alright, chat. You guys decide whether this should be an elf or a non-elf. I guess based on my personal brand, I'm just supposed to make all women elves. You know, when I'm prompting AI porn over the past 3 days, what I've noticed is that if you prompt it enough, like it starts to hallucinate shit based on like common factors where things go together. So if I prompt enough images of a orc having sex with a woman, if I start it as a female, a human female, eventually it will start prompting elf ears on the woman, because just in their database they have the data that if an orc is fucking something, it must be an elf. It's pretty funny. Elves don't fit America. Elves only exist in Scandinavia. Everybody knows that. They're a Finnish thing. I'm drawing using the crayon tool right now. We have gnomes or something. What's those little creatures with the fucking teeth? Lalaboos, what are they called? That all the women are wasting all their paychecks on right now. Those are like Scandinavian, right? Why is it that every like 5 or 6 years women are convinced to waste their money on some kind of like weird faceless creature, whether it's like Hello Kitty or My Melody or Beanie Babies or shit like that. They should waste their money on meat like a proper American. Why not 2 girls, 1 human, 1 elf? I need to fill the page with other forms of American propaganda, so we will only have enough room for 1 girl, sadly. It is illegal to have star-striped bikini without big honkers. This is true. However, imagine this. Short, blonde, lowly girl with twin tails wearing star-striped bikini, but she's completely flat. How about that? I'm okay with that. I can live with that as a compromise. You mean Marie Rose? She's not allowed to wear this American flag bikini. That exists for Tina and Tina only. I was going to draw an AR-15. I even started drawing the AR-15, but now I realize that if I draw it right here, then there won't be any room for just draw her tits, which are obviously more important. We can put the AR-15 lower or something. Let's draw the boobs first and worry about the rest of the elements I want to put into drawing later. Thinking like a true auteur. You have to think what really matters. What matters in the drawing, what matters in life, you know? How big are the boobs? Are they too big? Are they too small? Are they saggy enough? That's important. They can be abnormally perky. I'm kind of into saggy breasts right now because of all the prompting I've been doing. If you don't put saggy into your breast prompts, they tend to be like too fake. So I make sure to write woman with very large, soft breasts, saggy, double D size breasts, perky, hard, erect nipples. You like saggy? You have to write saggy in the AI prompt or else there's no weight at all, or it just becomes fake looking. I don't want actual saggy, but in order for them to feel like real, you have to actually put that prompt in the AI prompting. What are you prompting, LMAO? Grok? Grok is a horrible image prompter, by the way. I found a website called Perchance, and that's what I've been using, but I don't want to advertise it too much because, you know, it already has wait times. If they ain't touching her knees, they ain't saggy enough. In order for things to be soft, they must also be saggy. It sort of goes together. True chance. I'm not even telling it to you guys. It shows up very quickly if you actually Google search it. Anyways, there's people in my Discord that have been producing their own like AI prompting models. I can't remember who was it that produced the BaalBud AI gen, like Laura. I've been told that I don't have the PC required to run AI natively. But I wish I sort of did, because I want to use image to image. And there isn't any image to image software online on the server side that I've found yet where I can just prompt whatever I want. What about bubble butts? I don't like bubble butts. I'm not black enough. Japanese, they really don't like bubble butts, if you notice. Based on their media, it's pretty obvious. I should probably think about the boobs in terms of how much pressure is being applied to them from the bikini. MC Hammer said that he doesn't like flat butts, and at the time in the 90s that was a controversial statement, and now it's become an extremely non-controversial statement, and in fact the consensus of the country. But Japan is still living in the dark ages when it comes to, you know, big fat asses, so... Code Geass and Cage are like the only ass appreciation anime. Yeah, I guess you're right. Can't spell Geass without ass. True. It do be like that. All that pizza has to go somewhere, you know? The power of Pizza Hut. Eating $500 worth of Pizza Hut per day as you sit on the couch. Imagine her farts, haha. They would be extremely stinky from all that cheese. That would be horrible, haha. Unless... it ain't her money. What does she care? I mean, she's gonna get fat. I'm gonna take you out back and make an Of Mice and Men reference out of you. What, are you gonna pet my head so long that you crush my skull or something because you're retarded? Is that what you're saying? I haven't actually read any Steinbeck. I don't really care. I was able to escape that part of my required reading class back in the day, so... Architect Bros winning yet again. It would be interesting one day if Pierce Brosnan came out and was like, I actually don't like fat chicks at all. That's just the internet thinking that. Because no one would fucking believe him, you know? There's no way he can win regarding this one. Everyone's just like, Architect Bros. Bro, the prompter generated an image with a fake artist signature, LMAO. Yeah, it does that shit constantly. Any prompters who are like, no, it's not stealing from artists. My favorite argument when AI prompt people make the argument that AI generation isn't stealing, and like, how dare you call this plagiarism? Like, they love making the argument like, hey, explain how diffusion models work. If you can't do that, it means you don't know anything about the technology. I'm like, bro, I don't need to know shit about the technology that it's fucking stealing from artists when it actually, if you prompt shit, eventually it will prompt a fucking signature. Like, come on, like, it's pretty obvious. Like, if that isn't plagiarism, I don't know what is. We don't really need any more evidence than that. Like, no, you don't understand the technology, you're just ignorant. You're so ignorant. That being said, I would very much like to use AI to generate my backgrounds, because I don't want to fucking spend a million hours drawing backgrounds and shit, especially for manga where, like, we already use pre-rendered, like, CG backgrounds and shit. I can only see AI as a plus in terms of providing better backgrounds. Because people already take, like, photos and just, like, slap them and then put a negative filter on it and then draw a little over it. Sometimes they don't even draw over it. Like, people don't give a fuck about backgrounds in manga unless, like, there's just not enough assistance to actually draw proper backgrounds most of the time. So, if you can offset some of that workload on AI, I think that's just fine. On the other hand, it's, if you can just hire assistants to draw over photos, that's probably going to be more flexible and look better as well. So the truth is, not many manga artists use AI at all. I don't actually know anyone. At least one that would be considered a professional that uses AI. The butt stock is too big. Doesn't look like it's too big if looking at this photo. I don't think it is. I mean, this might not be an official military model. It looks about right, if you ask me. Maybe it's a little too big. I swear to fucking God, if there's one thing that people complain about, it's not the anatomy of people, it's the anatomy of guns. It's always the anatomy of guns. The fucking K posters, man. It's like you have like 6 arms coming out of a woman's skull and her neck is on the wrong way, and they'll be like, excuse me, sir. Excuse me, Mr. Artist / Mr. Prompter. I've noticed that the AR-15 you draw, that's a Model 5 made in from 1996, manufacturing begun, but I'd just like to point out that they didn't have that type of buttstock at the time because the corporation, they hadn't begun that type of production yet, so that's historically inaccurate. I'd just like to point that out, you know, because they weren't allowed to use that type of parts because NATO rounds hadn't been officially recognized at the time, so yeah, just wanted to be helpful, you know. If I, for example, have her finger bent, they'll be like, excuse me, artist, I've just noticed that the big titty fictional cowgirl wearing the American flag bikini you draw was using improper trigger discipline. That's very unattractive. I don't think I can masturbate to an image of a woman if she doesn't have proper trigger discipline, you know. I find that very unattractive in a woman that she doesn't have trigger discipline, so, you know, you can't do that. You can't do that, sir. That's very unsafe. And they don't even recognize that they're the, actually fucking giga nerds. Commandos and Night History people. I haven't had Night History people get on my ass. It's only the gun people, at least on my corners of the internet for, like, Twitter and shit. It's always the fucking gun people. Like, I can draw an image of a car, and nobody's gonna be like, excuse me, sir, what model of BMW is that? I noticed that the suspension is wrong, but for, like, guns, they 100% will do it. It's almost like gun owners are fucking compensating for something, like their penis size, and they can only, compensate by having a lot of gun knowledge. My guns! You gooning the horse girls? Where's the horse girl porn? It doesn't exist. Because the gigantic gambling gacha corporation was like, actually, Japanese people, please don't make any porn of these horse girls, because if you do, the people that own the IP rights to the horse will get very mad and they will not allow us to make this gacha game that's designed to suck all your money out of your wallet. And nobody would like that, right? So you can't make porn of these horse girls. And everyone was like, oh, I'm okay! That sounds like a good idea. Mr. Corporation, I definitely won't make porn of the horse girls now because you asked me to. I was just like, Jesus Christ. No wonder all these Japanese people are willing to support the imperial government and like go fucking kamikaze during World War II. You guys are fucking slaves. Jesus Christ. I like how every single party in that whole equation is like a despicable, worthless human being. You have the giant corporation that's making money off gacha, i.e. gambling addiction, money making. You have the horse owners who are rich motherfuckers who make their quote-unquote sport is entirely reliant on people having gambling addictions and betting on horse races, so they're not any better than all the gambling gacha fans. You have the artist who would be possibly drawing the IP, the horse girl IP, who are people that use other companies' IPs and draw porn of it to make a living. There's not a single sympathetic person in that entire equation. Nobody has the higher ground. They're all shit. That one horse owner demanded that his horse get the biggest tits or else he wouldn't let them use her in the game. Which horse is that? It's not Goldship. I don't even know which horse has the biggest tits. I am not up to date on Uma Musume lore, nor do I ever plan to be. Because that would be a waste of my time. Everybody's jacking at the horse girls right now, but everyone was like that when it launched in Japan as well, and people were like, oh my god, this is such a good game, it has animations, it's so cool. And people got sick of the meta super quick. Like, there was a massive drop-off in terms of the number of people playing it after a certain point. So apparently the endgame is kind of ass. I don't know. Maybe they've changed the way they update it going forward, but it didn't have a great, you know, period after its launch is what I've heard. Not that I really care. I mean, these people are fucking stupid for, you know, playing gacha games in the first place, so who cares, but... Did you see Mark Gavatino Falling Devil Piece? I don't even know what that is. Oh. You mean fucking Chainsaw Man. Oh, I see. I mean, she has big booba, so... It's only natural that we get porn of her. I swear to God, every single time Falling Devil shows up, she's standing like this, and she's got her head up, and it's like that, you know? It's like, excuse me, Denji, please focus on the fact that you're falling upward to your death. It's like, how the fuck am I supposed to focus when the booba is like this all the time? It was Daiwa Scarlet's owner that made the demand. Good. Daiwa Scarlet is extremely fuckable. One of the most fuckable horsewomen I've seen ever. If I had to have sex with an Uma Musume, I would have sex with Daiwa Scarlet immediately. She's a tsundere twin-tail booba girl that is extremely thirsty for my penis. I can tell, even though I know nothing about her. Highly cummable. I'm sure the owner is proud. Just found out Julala is back from 4-year-long silence. Today might actually be a good day. I don't know what that is. You mean Durada? All you guys always type shit into chat with the assumption that I know what's happening on the internet, and I do not. Julala is an old SFM artist. All of my favorite SFM artists died with Tumblr. They did not survive the transition. I had some nice SFM artists bookmarked in the Tumblr ecosystem. There was a guy who made some nice SFM porn of Samus getting her face destroyed by face huggers, which is always a hot concept. I always enjoy seeing Samus with face huggers on her face, struggling. That's some prime masturbation material right there. Sadly, that SFM artist had disappeared, so... Did you play Super Deep Throat back in the day? Yeah, I played Super Deep Throat and Kasumi in Bondage. Little did we know that that was the peak of Flash animation based porn video games. And we wouldn't get much better stuff after that. I can't figure out what kind of eyeballs I want to give her. The weather must be awful if you're streaming this early. Yes, it is. I want to quickly draw these American flag boobies and then retire to the basement where I will not be in extreme discomfort. Samus forced to give up Bounty Hunter after becoming heavily pregnant. No, she should never give up on her dreams. I want her to be running around with 9 months pregnant belly. It's sexier that way. You have so many layers? Yes. Layers are my power. Also the power of my CPU, I guess. But I've never had any issue with, like, affecting my PC's performance no matter how many layers I've had, so I just keep on adding them until, like, I can't keep track of them and then I just merge down. It allows me to, if there's any minor adjustments I need to make, I can just do them as much as I want just by having everything on a different layer, so... Eventually they become too cumbersome and they're just like mash, merge down, merge down, merge down, merge down. Like if I don't like the shape of the hair, I can change the shape of the hair without like fucking with any of the other parts of the drawing and stuff, right? So... There's really no negative to it. The idea of pregnant women in any combat situation makes me uneasy. One gut punch or just falling down. Don't worry, it's hentai. The truth is, as fucked up as most people are, the various fetishes, none of us actually want to see, like, horrible things happen to people, generally. Except, like, the most insane of, like, fetish porn people. Even, like, the Guro and Yona people don't actually want, you know, There's only a very, very small subsection of masturbators who revel in unhappiness and like sadness and stuff like that. So, most porn in which Samus ends up pregnant, we won't even get to the childbirth, but if she does, it will be a healthy tentacle monster, and she will become a happy mother or something. Nobody wants the miscarriage ending, for example. What if it was just a bird? Yeah, the fact that Samus is just like full of parrot DNA makes her way less attractive, if you ask me. I try and ignore the whole Chozo bullshit. Honestly, Metroid lore is pretty fucking stupid, and everything besides Samus wearing skin-tight bodysuit kind of sucks. I don't give a fuck about how she's like some sort of bird DNA modified human and stuff. That stuff is stupid. Is it because of the cloaca? I don't want to stick my penis in the same hole in which shit comes out. I know this is a very controversial opinion for a lot of people, especially Nyancha, my fellow internet artist Nyancha, who absolutely refuses to draw anything besides anal at all times. Have you noticed that a lot of hentai artists, like the hentai artists that like anal, really like anal to the point where they're like, why would I ever stick the penis in anything besides the asshole? That's absurd. It's like, you know, the asshole was never made for sex. And they're like, what are you talking about, you fucking psycho? Where else am I going to stick this penis in? Yeah, you know, there's another hole. I'm just saying. If a artist is too asshole focused, I eventually lose interest in them. There's the Japanese hentai artist Ishike. I can't remember if that's the exact name that he's still using, but he's really good at what he draws, except that eventually he only starts drawing. He used to have some sort of vaginal penetration once every like 5 doujins he would release. But at some point he was just like, you know what? That's it. I don't give a fuck about vaginas, vag anymore. All I care about is the asshole, and all he draws is asshole porn now. It's just the asshole all the time. Only assholes. Same with paizuri artists. Paizuri sucks, to be honest. Most women can't even give paizuri, so there's no point in thinking about it. Paizuri is only a thing that happens in fiction because women don't actually have the boobs. Now, naizuri, that's the real thinking man's paizuri right there. Go up to your double A cup wife or girlfriend and be like, I need you to tit fuck me, and she's like, what the fuck are you smoking? And then you just rub your penis on her rib cage and be like, whoa, there's nothing there. The bones of her rib cage are so hard, so erotic. And then she divorces you after that, but it was worth it. My husband likes my body too much. No. I don't know. I've never met my Naizuri wife yet, so I don't know how she would actually respond to me rubbing my penis on her non-existent boobs. Can't figure out the expression. This is supposed to be a doodle, but now I'm taking way too much time on it. Even if it's a doodle, if the expression doesn't feel right, I have to draw it a million times for the verisimilitude. It'd make a good doujin title. So I haven't drawn this comic yet, but I was once a doujin title that I had in the back of my pocket for childhood friend content that I wanted to have was "My wife is my best friend," and it's like an image of like a short-haired tomboy smiling, and the subtitle is "I want to protect the smile" or some shit like that. LMAO. It was supposed to be like a Coomer comic about how like vanilla Coomer Chad is defeating the various types of evil Coomers, and in episode 1 he's defeating the NTR Coomer. He's like, no, what's going on? He presents the NTR Coomer with a doujin in which no NTR occurs, and the NTR Coomer loses his mind. It's like, why isn't this man getting cocked? It doesn't make any sense. Happy America Day? Yes. God bless America, guys. We'll be drawing lots of American content on this stream, so if there's other things we want to add to the image, go ahead and tell me. Can you add a Vance portrait? I don't know. It's too much work to draw Vance. I'll draw some other things like the national debt. A graph of the national debt as a function of time. That seems appropriate. I don't know how much money you guys have, but you might not want to hold on to that savings so much, considering it all might be worthless soon. Not soon, maybe in like 20 years, when there's total world global economic collapse. Just throwing that out there. I know people have been saying like that's not going to happen, but I'm like, eh. Of course, it's always better to have some money, even if it ultimately becomes worthless. You have to pay for, like, you know, drugs or something, right? So... I'm not gonna draw JD Vance, okay? It's hard to do people... like realistic portraits of people. I'm not going to spend that much time on this meme-ass image, okay? We're not doing that. Please understando. Let's see. Would she be holding the outside or the inside of this AR in this situation? It would be... Her arm would be on the inside, right? People who hold guns, please, maybe she wouldn't be holding it at all, now that I think about it. Maybe it would just be, like, strapped. Actually, I think that's correct, which means I have to erase this arm, whatever. That way I can use her, her hand and arm holding something else, like a giant can of corn syrup or something. Until the US holds the world's trade currency, we won't see an American version of a child sitting on top of a pile of American dollars to buy bread. Yeah. All in all, things are okay. I was kind of freaked out about the bill that just passed because it was so fucking stupid. And then I actually looked at the graphs of like how much it was adding to the national debt, and I was like, oh, cool. The national debt and like all this shit is already at catastrophically bad levels, so this only adds an extra like 2% to it. Whatever. We're already fucked. I shouldn't worry about it. Not a big deal. I fucking hate your dumb ass bill. It do be like that. The Republican voters will never pay attention to no matter what we vote for, so we can literally make their life really significantly worse and give tax relief to more rich people bill. With AR-15 strap? Is that what it's called? See, I always have to look up all these fucking photos to figure out where like the strap is attached to like all these assault rifles and shit. Hey guys, did you know that AR doesn't actually stand for assault rifle for the AR-15? Yeah, that's right, guys. Actually, AR stands for arc light. I think it was arc light. I can't remember. Just a manufacturer, you know. Oh, what? You wanted to sign a bill that limited people's access to assault rifles? Well, how could you actually consider yourself to be knowledgeable enough to know that guns kill people when you don't even know what AR stands for? God, fucking liberals, man. That's an M4 carbine, BB. Look, man, I was Google imaged AR-15, and it gave me a shit ton of images, and I was drawing one of them that looked the most like an AR-15, alright? I thought the M4 carbine was the military version of the AR-15. Actually, Mr. BB, there's a significant difference between the AR-15 and the M4 carbine. It looks very similar. Did you know that the barrel length of the AR-15 is 20 inches longer than the M4 carbine, because the M4 carbine was initially developed for to be used in close quarter combat. The bill won't really do anything to you. It won't do anything to me right now. But someone will have to pay something in the future. And it won't be our parents' generation, that's for sure. Fucking boomers are gonna live out this whole situation and die with all their money, and they'll be fucking fine, so... Good for them, I guess. That's what happens when you have a shit ton of voting power. Can you attach these fucking slings and stuff to, like, any part of the rifle? Is that how the whole, like, setup works? I don't understand. Love the Hitomi Tanaka style tits. Everyone always is like, oh, BB, you're Japanese. Do you know who Hitomi Tanaka is? I'm like, yes, I know who Hitomi Tanaka is. I also don't like that level of boobs if it's in real, or if it's not an anime. If it in real life, that levels of boob size isn't that great, if you ask me. Although Hitomi Tanaka's tits are actually bigger than this. They're truly massive mammaries, those things. Even if it allows her to make a living, I wouldn't want to have boobs that big. One tit bigger than the other. I'm adjusting! I was just complaining about how the gun owners are the only people who complain about anatomical mistakes, but the other one is the boob people who are like, oh, actually, sir. Which is okay, because boob size is very important. I can't jack off to an image if the boobs aren't the correct size, or if one is larger than the other or whatever. That has to be, that should have to be pristine, you know? Very important. Also, they can't be too far up, high up. I have a tendency to draw boobs to be too high, because I didn't want them to be saggy, but you have to consider the height of the boobs and how the bikini is affecting that and stuff. Seems about right, I guess. U.S. holds global reserve currency and will remain the superpower. Japan, on the other hand, has 200% national debt and no way of paying it in short term. Yeah, but Japanese national debt is all held by their own citizens, basically, so... Like, every country is massively indebted, and the truth is, nobody actually knows what the effects of it are. When I was in college, which was, you know, 15 years ago, 17 years ago, I can't remember. It was like, what, 2006 or some shit. Economists were already freaking out about the national debt. They're like, oh, this is just like the Weimar Republic, because like the last case study that they had was the massive inflation that occurred in Germany post-World War I between World War II. So people were like really freaking out about the possibilities of having too much national debt and shit like that. And then we had a period and everyone was like, actually, it's just fine. Don't worry about it. And it is just fine, at least at the time. Like, we can be in more debt. It's not a big deal. And now even the people who are like, it's fine, are like, actually, maybe it's not fine. This might be a little too much, guys. Come on. We have to stop spending our entire budget on, you know, debt. At some point, right? Right? And the Republican Congress is like, LMAO. LOL. Like, what politician is ever going to be like, we have to raise taxes to pay down the national debt? The last time people demanded that taxes be raised to pay down the national debt, it was the Tea Party being like, we're terrified about the national debt, but in reality they didn't give a fuck. They were just being racist toward Obama, and they didn't want to tell themselves that they were racist. But now that they're okay with openly admitting to themselves that they're racist, they don't say anything about the national debt for some reason. Who would have thought? U.S. will eventually pay its debt. Other countries will default on it. I don't know about that. I mean, they have to at some point, right? Maybe not. Who the fuck knows? I mean, U.S. can default on its own debt as well. That's a thing. Remember, we have to raise the debt ceiling, like, on every 6 months. So if there's any kind of congressional fuck-up, U.S. can have catastrophic, like, default on their own bills and stuff like that. So that's a thing. Don't forget that. I wouldn't be that optimistic. There's no point in, like, freaking out about it, because if the U.S., which is the global reserve currency, gets fucked over, everything's going to get fucked over, so there isn't really a safe haven anywhere, so I wouldn't worry too much about it, but you know. At the moment, between Japan and China, it's a stare down of who will default on it first. China might go first. I don't know. I'm not going to worry about this shit. China seems like it has a million economic problems that's way worse than anybody else, but like I don't think they're ever... We're waiting for them to come to fruition, but they haven't. When I was told that like China had more apartments built or paid for than like the total number of people they have in their country, I was like, well, they're fucking donezo, but they don't seem to be donezo yet, so... Whatever it was that caused shit like the Great Depression, it seems like we have way more financial instruments that are stopping that shit from, like, actually exploding now. The left boob still seems a little bit bigger. I'm gonna just use the selection tool. Just go like this and make it slightly smaller, I think. Yeah, that's about right. I wonder what happens when you default. Well, it's not me that's defaulting, it's the US that's defaulting, so... If you default on your debts, I have some bad news for you. You're not the US government, so you don't get to print more money. You just get fucked. Although I guess you can declare bankruptcy and stuff. When the US defaults, that's another issue. What happens first is all the Moody's, the ranking people are going to be like, oh, this is very bad, Mr. United States. We're going to have to decrease you from a AAA to a AA to an A+. This will definitely shake investors, and investors are like, yeah, you know, but where else am I going to put my money? Which has already happened like 5 times. At the end of the day, is a refusal to be accountable for these financial failures? So the truth is, all of this is macroeconomics, and macroeconomists don't actually know what's going to happen because there isn't that, we don't have a long track record of what happens in these situations, and we certainly haven't had a global reserve currency like the United States be part of like a flailing empire and then possibly defaulting. So all of this is just theory and conjecture. At the end of the day, money, the worth of money is entirely dependent on what people think the worth of money and stuff is. And how valuable, like, US currency is entirely based on how much people trust that shit. So ultimately, you're just predicting how a lot of human beings are going to react to stuff. And that's something that we have a lot of difficulty predicting, hence why we need to have all these polls to predict who's going to win the next presidential situation. So it's actually very hard to say what's going to happen in the future regarding this shit. BB is the subway slammer? Sure, yeah. Definitely. Whenever I see a woman in the subway, I fucking tackle her, yes. I hate to admit this, but, I don't hate to admit it. I just like to say that when one of Japan's most serious issues in their entire society is the disgruntled incels bumping their shoulders into women while they go by them on the subway. Like, this is like the thing that Japanese society is concerned about. It means that Japanese society is doing pretty well. I just like to point that out. Meanwhile, when I turn on my local fucking news at any point at night, it's like, 5 more people were shot today. Local fireworks display erupt into tragedy as 6 more shootings occurred. I'm like, huh. Well, this will be out of the news by tomorrow, and it is. I'm like, LMAO. There's Chikan too. Chikan doesn't even happen that much as well. Again, if the number one concern as a woman is a guy is gonna like touch your leg for like 20 minutes, or as soon as you move or stare at him or whatever, then your society isn't very bad. You know what the version of train chicane is in India? You get gang raped by like 8 guys and they stick a steel pipe in your vagina and you die. Like, I swear to God, people bump into each other in other countries all the time. And it's not a big deal. But in Japan, you have one fucking incel running around and bumping into people, and everyone's like, oh no, the fucking terrorism. Not the bumping, not the shoulder bump of this 120-pound fucking loser wearing glasses. How will the woman recover from that? I'd like to see him do that against, like, a 300-pound black woman in Chicago. He'd get bumped on his fucking ass. That's the funny thing about the train chicane, not the train chicane, the train bumper guys, is they make sure not to bump into people that they think might, you know, fight back against them. So they're very extremely selective pussies. Subway slamming is a serious issue. No, it's not. Like, it happened between like 2 or 3 people. One guy bumping into people with his fucking shoulder is not a serious issue. It's like the most non-lethal form of damage you can take, getting a shoulder bump into you. Extremely selective pussy, so they became what they hated. I get you, that's the joke there. It's not exclusive to women either, LOL. Bro, train bumping is not a serious issue in Japan. The fact that they're making it into a serious problem shows that there's not much problems in Japan, guys. Like, come on. In America, I'm living in a country in which we had like a period in the last 10 years in which we had a fucking multi-casualty school shooting like 5 times per month for like 8 months straight, basically. You're like, oh, cool. Another school full of children gone. Why watch the news? Because my mother has a TV and we don't have cable. So I'm just like, I'll just turn on the local news to see how many people were shot. The fact that Western media focus on it reminds me of the recent news about female Chinese yaoi authors being arrested. I mean, that's way more of a problem. We need to protect our yaoi authors, national treasures, heroes of China, risking their lives and freedom to bring us the gay sex that we all require in our soul. You think the news don't cover mass shooting no more? I mean, they do. We just don't have as many mass shootings recently. Also, people are legitimately getting used to it in America to the point where, like, people are just, like, ready for mass shooters in a way that they weren't, like, 10 years ago. Which says something about American society, I don't know. Actually, this isn't American enough. As someone who has worked in multiple countries and worked in many places, I'll tell you this: America is the best place on earth to live at the moment. Depends what part of America. There's plenty of parts of America that are essentially third world countries, like, I don't know, anywhere in the deep south, where like half of the population is diabetic because they can't stop drinking soda, and everybody is using Medicaid, and you know, It depends what part of America's a big ass country, so. I would not live in California. Nobody wants to live in California unless they're like a tech billionaire. You can't afford to live in California if you're in this stream, probably. And if you are in this stream and can afford to live in California, please donate $6,000 to me. Europe has pretty high standard of living and safety depending on country. Again, depending on country. American standard of living is not very high if we're going by like median household or whatever. American standard of living is high if you're mega rich. It's basically a third world country in terms of, you know, its social services and stuff, so you better have that shit worked out if you want to live in America. Like, you literally can't get rent in a lot of locations in America, so you can't buy a house, you can't pay rent if you have a shitty job, so. Like, I can live in Japan right now and only have to pay like $400 of rent, even if I'm living in a relatively populated metro area. You compare that America, and even like some of the worst places to live in America, you're still paying like $800. If you're even living in a slightly nice place, you're paying like $1,600. So. Homeowner associations are literally demonic organizations. Yeah. Also, the whole realtor situation ain't great. Cowboy gloves. Are they rodeo gloves? What am I looking for? What are the gloves that have the fucking tassels on them? Gloves with... Western gloves with tassels. Is that a tassel? Yes, it is. Yeehaw, son! I guess it's coming out the side. Make this longer. Doesn't Tina Armstrong have an outfit for those to reference? Yes, this is basically Tina at this point. You can't draw American girl with big tits in American flag bikini without drawing Tina Armstrong at this point, basically, so I don't mind if it basically ends up looking like Tina Armstrong. She hits all the stereotypes, so... Are you gonna make a topless version? No, I will not. Unless you subscribe to my Patreon $10 plan and give me extra money, then I might make a topless version for Patreon subs only. But I'm lying, I will not. Hey, what's up? Honestly, boobs look better in American flag bikinis than they do outside of American flag bikinis, because the stars and stripe further accentuates the shape of the breast, thus making it even better than it being naked. 9,000 Microsoft employees gone, huh? Microsoft is willing to spend money until it's not, like all the other tech companies. The nudity is hot. Oh no, where will you be able to see naked boobs in 2025 on the internet? If only there was some way to see nipples. Alas. It's impossible. I'm not drawing naked fucking tits, god damn it. Shut the fuck up. I think they got rid of the Doom guys, LMAO. The Xbox division is basically dead, isn't it? It's been dead for so long. There's no way that Game Pass is profitable, guys. I'm so fucking sick and tired of being told that Game Pass is giving them so much money and the games division is so fucking profitable and shit, when every part of the eye test suggests that that was never the case. But whenever they release their numbers, it's like, oh, actually, the gaming division is one of the most successful, most profitable parts of Microsoft right now. I'm like, that's bullshit. There's no way that's the case. And now they're firing a bunch of employees. It's like, oh, well, I thought you guys were so profitable, huh? What's going on? What? Huh? Are you saying that the game division in which nobody owns an Xbox is super profitable? That where all of your IPs are in fucking shambles? You saying that thing's so profitable? Like, what the fuck are they talking about? I always knew that shit was bullshit. Microsoft capitulated to Valve. They've capitulated to Valve for a while now, but they were just like convincing themselves otherwise the past years. They're like, no guys, we'll just we'll have the Netflix subscription service and everyone will be just subscribed to Game Pass and we'll offer them free games and eventually it'll be profitable, right? You know, we just need to keep on offering Game Pass and give them day one new games and, you know, that will definitely be profitable. Like, no, it's not. If it's a great deal for the customer to be able to play games day one, then it's not a good deal for Microsoft. It was so fucking obvious. They're just hoping that they can like make the service worse at some point, and then everyone will forget to unsubscribe, and then they'll just be able to make $20 a month off of people without actually offering good service. But then they were like, wait, we can't wait that long. See, Netflix is the success version of that, right? Is that they actually did like kill all the competition, and now they can increase various subscription rates and shit like that, and not have as many expensive stuff. Like, they don't have to have The Office and shit like that, and people will still be subscribed to Netflix. Everyone still talks to me on this chat like I'm subscribed to Netflix, but I've never had a Netflix subscription ever. Netflix after 2018 is a fucking shell of its former self. Yeah, but they're profitable. That's the model. You kill all the competition by becoming so large that everyone just has Netflix as their default option for TV. Then you cut all the content that you have to pay large rental fees for, like The Office and stuff like that, and then now you're profitable. You expand and you expand until you expand, and then you have no more competition, and now you're good to go. And Microsoft completely failed at the whole becoming a monopoly in the gaming space. They were always third my entire life. Whatever fans they had for actual video games, you know, the whole point of gaming, are long gone because they fucking botched Halo for like 5,000 years. It would be sad if it wasn't so damn funny. I just had a random thought. I wonder if there are any Dead Space-like horror games with anime aesthetic of any worth outside of visual novels. What, you mean like gameplay-wise or just like aesthetic-wise? I mean, we haven't had any Dead Space Resident Evil 4 style games besides Resident Evil 4 recently, I think. Will you watch the new Ryan Gosling movie, Project Hail Mary? I Am Literally Him. I'm not going to watch any movies until they show up on Amazon Prime because I'm not willing to go to the theaters. So no. The only reason why I say Amazon Prime is because my mother lets me use her account, so... They sort of have a stranglehold on PC gaming, but they're even losing that? You mean Valve or Microsoft? Microsoft has a stranglehold on servers, although I guess Amazon also has servers, and they have a stranglehold on the operating system that's not Apple. But apparently that's not that profitable. Was Halo even that good? It was good if you were a 12-year-old back in the day playing on your Xbox with your buddies on a Friday night with a pizza and some soda, and you were watching the blurred porn channel, trying to get access to your uncle's Playboys, and then you were also fragging each other in Halo. Good times. Hashtag childhood. I don't know. I was in college by the time I was playing Halo, so I don't have that level of nostalgia for it, but... I mean, GoldenEye was the equivalent of that for me. I didn't have any friends who played video games. I had friends, I just was never able to find people who liked video games as much as I did, which is weird, because video games isn't like a weird nerdy hobby when I was growing up. It was a relatively mainstream hobby, but just none of my friends actually cared about video games. That was always so fucking weird. I don't know why. I guess I was just too sporty and cool. Chat would never understand. I was such a Giga Chad. Me and Tyler would just go out and bang the girls after football practice. We didn't have time to be playing Halo, you know. Just having sex nonstop with Stacy and Becky and her friends at the mall. How long are you streaming? I was planning on finishing this picture, but it's going way slower than I thought. I was planning for this picture to be one of like the bad pictures I draw, where I draw it quickly and poorly, but it ended up being one of the more proper finished pictures because I couldn't. I had to increase quality for the boobs and stuff. Sex at the mall, yeah. Just out here in Texas, me and the boys working the oil fields, playing football, just at the mall. Greatest state in the Union, Texas. Seed from the Union, Texas become its own country. Hashtag MLG Gamer. Wait, does MLG still exist? I remember when MLG popped up, and I was like, oh shit, they're actually gonna make, like, the one gaming company to unite everything. This is gonna be so cool. Professional gaming is real, guys. We're gonna have Major League Gaming. Oh, let's go! And I don't even know if it still exists at this point. Hey guys, remember the Overwatch Competitive League? God, I wish I had the opportunity to invest in that extremely good business investment where I pay them 60 million? 6 million? I can't remember how much they paid to own a worthless fucking Overwatch team. I haven't heard of MLG in like 15 years. Let's actually look this up, guys. MLG Gaming. KEKW. If you type that in, the Wikipedia article comes up first, which means it's probably dead. Last Champions. MLG New Orleans 2015. Holy shit, it's been dead for 10 years. Oh, that makes sense. In January 2016, video game publisher Activision Blizzard announced its acquisition of Major League Gaming. Talk about a fucking kiss of death. They stated it intended to leverage the purchase as part of its plans to build an esports-focused television network. LMO. LMAO. LOL. The organization experienced a loss of profit, leading its parent company, Activision Blizzard, to close its branch in 2024. So it actually was closed in 2024. So relatively recently. But it doesn't say anything about, you know, professional Call of Duty championships in the form of MLG. Apparently MLG was in massive debt and would have likely gone under sooner if they didn't step in. KEKW. Would you smash a xenomorph? How big are the xenomorph titties? Am I right, fellow xenomorph boob chads? Not gonna lie, xenomorphs have a very feminine, slinky, snake-like anatomy. That means they're extremely fuckable, I guess. I don't know. I don't really see a vagina on it. Also, I don't really like... I like Prometheus as a movie, I just like to say. I just like to point that out, that I like Prometheus as a movie, but I don't like the core concept of explaining where xenomorphs come from and how they're like a bioweapon and stuff. I just liked how they were just like there. Also, I like them as a concept of just like being like space cockroaches instead of being an alien organization's like something that was created in a lab. That's less interesting. I just like the idea of like the Tyranid idea of whatever. Although I guess Tyranids were also created by what, the Necrons or something. I don't give a fuck about Warhammer lore. Don't ask me. But I just like them, just like a concept of like an alien that's just chilling out there. Considering the head of a xenomorph is literally a penis, you gay, LMAO? Okay. I didn't want to have to do this, but let's go to the AI prompter. Xenomorph alien making sexy pose in spaceship. Dark lighting. Let's see what we get. Don't boot up the prompt. I will boot up the prompt. I mean, I could just go to Rule 34 and check the number of gay, not gay, straight porn, xenomorph porn pics I find. Huh, interesting. They definitely... It's interesting how this AI image generation, it has the data of some things and it doesn't have the data of other things. So you couldn't get like a Soul Calibur character, I know, because I tried to create Soul Calibur porn, and it just didn't have it. But it definitely has xenomorph in it. I didn't know what Samus looked like, but then I actually kept on typing Zero Suit Samus, and it definitely did have Samus stuff. It's interesting how the internal guts of all the AI prompting works. Your prompter keeps on giving anatomical abominations. That's what makes it so cute. How about that? Would you? Oh no, kind of looking toned and lithe right there. Not bad, yeah. What about this? This isn't really fair because they just straight up gave it tits, you know. Just the booba. See, everything looks like a sexy female as long as you have their knees bent inward and have wide hips. Literally everything looks like fuckable female if you do that. So that's why Japanese anime characters always make sure that they have their thigh gap and they have their thighs bent inward to make themselves look as feminine as possible. How can I get sloppy toppy without getting my cock bitten off? You have to ask her very nicely. Although the banana-shaped head is kind of you know, Freudian penis, if you're right about that for sure. But you know, we have to. Why does everything have to be a penis? We can't even have like bananas without being like, that's a penis, this is a penis, everything's a penis, you know? Sad, really. But AI is great because if I was a xenomorph Coomer, there would have been a notable lack of atmospheric xenomorph porn. Probably only a few hundred images. Well, maybe a few thousand. I don't know. We'll check Rule 34. And now with AI, I can just like endlessly prompt xenomorph porn. Let's check Rule 34 to say what they see what they say when I check xenomorph. Xenomorph. Oh, I greatly underestimated it. It's 7,000 xenomorph images in Rule 34. Fucking 7,000. Even if you count for all the like extra stuff, like after AI was created and just like the xenomorph is doing something else without xenomorph being like the main focus, that's still fucking insane. Yeah, I think I greatly underestimated xenomorph Coomers. There's a lot of xenomorph porn here. Jesus Christ. People really want to have sex with xenomorphs. It's understandable, of course. And how many are gay? Very few. There's a lot of xenomorphs with big titties. It's either xenomorph having sex with women, so the female character like Wonder Woman is the focus, or the xenomorph has big ass and titties. So xenomorph seems to be a relatively heterosexual fetish, it seems. Unlike, say, the average like furry Coomer who, you know, he wants to... Yeah, if the question is how many of them are gay when we're talking about big muscular bear men, then I think we all know the answer to that. But xenomorphs, yeah, relatively straight, it seems. Yes, sir. Just a normal straight man wanting to have sex with this alien. H.R. Geiger, you son of a gun, you have done it again. Yes, H.R. Geiger is the only artist that makes you want to have sex with, like, wall features. Average H.R. Geiger designed scary, spooky spaceship and all the internet people are like, "Whoa, is that a spaceship interior? Is that a spaceship interior? I'm gonna come! I'm gonna come from the spaceship interior! Let's go!" Average spaceship interior on H.R. Geiger is like, here's the hallway. You know, everything's fucking dark. You're walking through the hallway, and it's like, huh, what's this command? What's this door right here? Oh, I don't know. What's this door shaped like, guys? Here's just a normal door. Just a normal door, guys. Normal door. Nothing weird about this thing. Nothing weird about this thing. Twitch, it's just an H.R. Geiger door, guys. I don't know. Nothing weird here. I don't know. Oh, what's going on? Oh man. Let's walk into this vertical, interesting shaped door. Have you seen the new thick as fuck Warframe? I tried playing Warframe for 20 minutes and it was too boring. I know people are like, the First Descendant is the worst version of Warframe, but I thought First Descendant was a better version of Warframe. I still stopped playing First Descendant because, just like Warframe, it has the same problem in which the point of the game is to make your character stronger, but the stronger your character gets, the less of the game you actually get to play, because then you press one button and the entire room explodes and everything dies in half a second. So instead of the game getting more difficult and you doing more stuff and using more of the game mechanics, you actually use less of the game mechanics, which is kind of stupid if you think about it. I don't really find joy in all of my enemies dying in one hit immediately, so... So many games have that problem. Only the ones where you're supposed to play it for 1,000,000 hours, though. I don't want to see human faces in that game. It defeats the purpose. Now that's some peak faceless helmet Coomer stuff going on right there. Whoa, woman wearing helmet. Whoa. That's why I always say that a game can have gooner shit, but if the game sucks, it doesn't matter. I mean, the game doesn't suck, though. That's the thing about First Descendant. It was fun while you're leveling it up. When it sucks is when it gets to the end game. And of course, people who play those games are like, but the end game is the main game. It's like, I don't know. Does it have to be? Like, the actual movement and the ability to shoot stuff is plenty good in First Descendant. You have some nice wire traversal shit going on. My complaint is entirely with the way, like, the motivation to continue playing the game. Like, what I want the game to get more and more difficult the longer I play it. Instead, it gets easier and easier because it's all about powering up my character to a point where it just annihilates everything on screen. Like, if I'm playing Final Fantasy XIV and shit, like, they have Savage whatever, and no matter how much I've leveled up my character, like, it's going to be extremely hard. Whereas the appeal of these things like Warframe likes is the opposite. It's like, no matter how strong the boss is, if you've grinded the various shit on your character and you have the proper build, it just melts everything. And then everyone just competes over how quickly they kill everything on screen and shit. I don't find that interesting. I want skill-based gameplay. That's basically what I'm saying. but for me it's also very repetitive in general, huge Destiny vibes. I like Destiny though, I just don't like it enough to play it for how many years Destiny players have been playing it. Also, it doesn't have all the annoying, like, religious bullshit that Destiny has about the light and the darkness and stuff. Like, it has some bare bones plot shit, but I don't find it intrusive and annoying. I find Destiny writing, I found it, like, appealing in the beginning, and then it started to get dumber and dumber, and I was like, what the fuck is this? Like, the line in which I consider something to be cool, and then when something becomes dumb, it's a very thin line for me. Halo 1, cool. Halo 2, kinda cool. Although, even in Halo 1, the concept of, like, we need the Halo arrays because if we don't kill the Flood by killing every living creature on Earth, the Flood will kill every living creature in that area. I was like, that's kind of stupid, but okay, whatever. Halo 3, fucking stupid. Why was Halo 3 so stupid? Because they're all like, oh, remember that character that you're supposed to like that only appeared like for 5 seconds? I'm like, who? Oh, the Admiral woman with big titties? Yeah, I like her, she has titties. She's gonna die! Look how sad you are, look! Look, we killed the character, look, oh my god, we've created drama, guys, look. Look how we killed this character in this FPS. Oh man, oh, this is so dramatic, oh. And they're like, oh, what's your real name? My name is John. Oh, he's John Halo, oh, it's so fucking stupid. Those guys couldn't write their way out of a wet paper bag. Fuck Halo writing, fuck Xbox writing in general. There's just a lot of Xbox games that have like a cool concept stage, and then when you let the writers try and make like some long-term storytelling, it just becomes incredibly shits the bed. The exact same thing happened in Gears 3 that happened in Halo. It's like, hey, you know this character that you played at, whose entire personality is he's a space marine and he shoots stuff? Well, he's gonna sacrifice himself in a completely nonsensical way. Oh my god, Don just committed kamikaze suicide. Oh, I'm so sad. It's like, no, I'm not. I'm not fucking sad, you stupid fucking writers. Stop trying to, like, squeeze emotion out of me by writing a retarded dramatic moment. You have to earn that shit, okay? And you definitely have not earned it in any way. Anybody who's played Gears 3 knows exactly what I'm talking about. I can't remember the specific situation, but, like, they're in a firefight with a bunch of the enemies that you've already killed like 700 of at this point, if you've been playing this game, and you've just been mowing down left and right. And then for some reason, Dawn, who is supposed to be like a really important side character, although he's just a second player character, is like, oh, the only way for us to get out of this situation in which there are things to shoot, even though we've been in this situation literally the entire time of this game, is for me to get in this truck full of gasoline and smash it into the enemies and do kamikaze explosion. And then the main character's like, no, Dawn, no! And that's all I remember because I fucking turned off the game after that. And I was like, this is too stupid, I can't do this anymore. And I'm glad this was a rental from Blockbuster when Blockbuster still existed. Halo 2 was mid. Halo 2 is fondly remembered because of its multiplayer, not because of its single player. Although the single player it's fun. Halo is always fun. It's just not anything more than fun. That's how I look at it. Gears 3 was so manly back then, and definitely not gay at all. Yes. That's kind of why we got the abominations that were Gears like 4 and 5 and shit like that after that with all this screaming woman, is because they didn't know how to go from all the gay energy. They had established too much gay energy and now they didn't know where to go from there. Do you like the new Wolfenstein games? I played one. And I wasn't that entertained. so I didn't play the one after that. I thought it was fine. I didn't like the core gameplay, so I didn't find the gunplay that satisfying, which is, you know, if you create an FPS and I don't find the gunplay satisfying, then I'm never gonna play your second game no matter what. And I heard a lot of negative things about the second game, so I didn't even get to the new Colossus or whatever, where it really started to shit the bed. I didn't last that long. I was like, yeah, it's okay. But I'm not gonna play it anymore. It's good enough, but not good enough to hold my attention. Old Blood was awesome, though. I've been told that, but I've never felt that way about a DLC pretty much ever. I never liked DLC. The only few exceptions are like, I don't know, even shit like stuff that's universally beloved, like the old Hunters stuff in Bloodborne, I don't really care that much about. Like, I still enjoyed the bosses, but 99% of the time when I play DLC, I'm just like, if I could get my money and my time back for playing this DLC stuff, I would have done that. This isn't that great. Warframe was a spin-off of a lesser-known game, Dark Sector. Dark Sector was one of those, what was it, PS2 games that I would see sitting on my my Blockbuster shelf, wondering if I should rent it for this weekend for like my entire youth, and I never ever picked it up because I was like, this kind of looks mid. I don't know. Even the name just felt, it sounded like it was really mid, you know? It's like, what kind of a name is Dark Sector? It definitely felt like a 7 out of 10 game. And I was like, I don't want to waste my precious weekend playing this thing, so I never played Dark Sector. PS3 had a cool throwing glaive, I see. Mid is not 7 out of 10, brah. Mid is average, aka 5 out of 10. You don't sound like you're a gamer, because everybody who's a gamer knows how the official IGN and every other game reviewer scoring convention goes. It goes 10 out of 10 is a good game. 9 out of 10 is also a good game. 8 out of 10 is a decent game, but if it's not a genre you like, you won't like. 7 out of 10 is fully in mid. Everything below 7 out of 10, if you're getting a 6, it means the game is like dog shit, okay? Everything between 6 and 0 is the most absolute shit that you don't want to be playing. And anything below 5 is just like straight up unplayable. It's full of bugs. It's like, even if they fix the bugs, it will be forever be unplayable. You never want to touch it, ever. Essentially, the gaming scores go from 5 to 10. It's a 5-point system, but they don't admit that. Everything below 5 is just varying levels of completely unplayable. Yeah, if you get it like a 4 out of 10, it's like a fucking legendary disaster, like Superman 64 or something. That's how bad it is. That's the only situation in which you get games below 5 out of 10. That's just how the scoring system works. It's worked that way my entire life. Some may say that's stupid, but there's nothing we can do about it. God Hand was given a 3 out of 10 by IGN. Must be a bad game. I'm not saying that the reviewers are not incorrect. I'm saying that's just the scale they use. Every reviewer, even reviewers that can actually play video games, difficult video games like God Hand, use that score if they're using a 10 out of 10 score. Metal Gear Solid 4 got 10 on GameSpot. Yeah, well, Kojima has tricked a lot of people in his life. I mean, you can understand why. Video game reviewers don't want to play a video game, they want to watch a movie. And no game is more like a movie than fucking Metal Gear Solid 4, that's for sure. When you watch all the Metal Gear Solid 4 cutscenes, it's like, what, 4.5 hours? How long? I don't fucking know. We can look it up right now. It's 9 hours, guys. Fucking 9 hours. Fucking 9 hours of cutscenes, guys. Yeah, no fucking shit the game reviewers love that. Of course they would love it. Why wouldn't they? You don't even have to even touch the fucking controller. Jesus Christ. Do people call Kojima a genius in Japan too? No. He's a Westaboo and Westaboos love him, but he's a Western guy. I don't know. I feel like Japanese don't really call video game developers geniuses very often. I haven't really heard that in discussions about video games on Japan. They call manga authors geniuses all the time, so I'm like, oh my god, they're calling everybody a genius. They're constantly calling people geniuses. Not everybody can't be a genius, guys. But I don't hear them talk about video game developers that way usually. Yeah. Kojimbo, I kneel. Thank you for allowing me to take 10 hours off of my life to celebrate Snake's life. Fujimoto is literally Leonardo da Vinci. The Chainsaw Man fans have a bad reputation even among Japanese manga fans as being people who spend way too much glazing their author. People are like, oh god, it's the fucking Chainsaw Man fans again. CSM fans are the same around the world. CSM fan is like the guy who discovered IPAs in your Brooklyn pub or something, and is like, yeah, I only drink IPAs. I don't know. They're giga hipster manga hipsters who found like one slightly more creative and intelligent comic in Shonen Jump, the most, you know, widespread comic magazine on the fucking planet. And they were like, I figured it out. I'm a comic connoisseur now. And it makes them extremely obnoxious, of course. Like, I read Chainsaw Man weekly because it's free to read, but the comment section is still full of people being like, oh, what's gonna happen? Oh, can Denji do this? Can Denji do that? As if there's like some clearly defined rules and stuff, like on how combat works in Chainsaw Man, instead of like anything can fucking happen at any point. And it's just like he's just making that shit up as he goes. Like, I give Araki a lot of shit for there not being very clearly defined rules on power levels and like combat shit like that. But Chainsaw Man is like 10 times worse than that. And yet people are still like, oh, what's gonna happen? Like, what's gonna happen is okay as a sentiment, but like, oh, if he does this, then he can do that. That type of shit is so stupid. As if, like, it actually means anything. Fujimbo knew what he was doing in part 1, but clearly not 2. I think that he actually started part 2 off excellently. The concept of changing the main character for the beginning and then having Denji reappear, and then, like, I actually think what Fujimoto is talented at isn't action. I mean, he's clearly not very good at drawing action scenes, or anything like that. What he's good at is drawing autism. I feel like Asa's autistic, socially awkward moments are the best part of any part of Chainsaw Man. And I think he should be drawing a manga where a cute high school girl has severe autism and constantly spills her spaghetti throughout her life, but is forgiven because she's a cute girl. That would be great entertainment, and it would be a way better use of his talents than whatever action shit that he's trying to draw right now. The way in which Asa is just like a complete spurg and everybody hates her, but it's completely deserved because she behaves in a completely spurg-like way, is just so relatable and beautiful. It's just autism speaks in its most beautiful form, and we should have more of that. Asa isn't autistic. Everyone around her is a fucking weirdo. She might not be autistic, but if you read, go ahead and reread part 1 or the beginning of part 2. It's not everyone being a weirdo. She has no ability to adapt to social situations. She's in the spectrum in one way or the other. Everyone is a weirdo who wants to be friends with a sapient chicken ball. That's weird. I guess you don't understand it because you don't understand Japanese social dynamics. It's not weird in Japan because everybody does the same shit as everybody else in the classroom, no matter how fucking psychotic it seems. I guess you don't get it because you haven't been in Japan, but that's how Japanese society fucking works, especially in high school classes where everyone's like, we're all gonna be friends, guys. Like the thing where they're doing, where they're like, we're gonna have a pig. So that's like an actual like social experiment that some high schools used to do. I don't know how widespread it was, but it actually became a meme because it was so fucking stupid. But they would be like, we're gonna have this chicken. This will be the class's pet chicken. And we're gonna raise it, and then after the end of like 6 months, we're gonna kill it and we're gonna eat it. And this will allow everybody to learn an important lesson about where our food comes from. And everyone would be like, no, I feel so bad for the chicken. Like that was like an actual thing. And then there would be like you're supposed to have like a debate, and then like the teacher would be all like, yes, I'm so proud of you guys. You reached a conclusion on the meaning of life and shit like that, and everyone would be like, yay, we're so nice, we're so smart, and they would all clap each other's backs and shit like that. Like, that was a thing. So it's actually social satire. And if you were the one girl in the class who was like, I think this is all fucking stupid, then they'd be like, oh, what's wrong with her? She's so weird. So that's what it means to be a social outcast in Japan, and it's a very accurate portrayal about the shittiness of Japanese society. And that's why I say that's the best part of Chainsaw Man. Because it takes an absurd concept, and he sticks it into the whole devil situation, and it works very well. I have no attachment to farm animals. They aren't pets. I mean, that's the point, right? You have a farm animal in your class as high schoolers, and then you raise the farm animal, and then everyone was like, oh, now I feel bad for killing this thing. And then you have to think about the meaning of life or some shit. Like, they want it to be deep. But the truth is, if you're raising something like a semi-pet, then everyone's going to feel bad about it. When do you have to kill it? So it's nothing weird about that. I don't know, man. Mom is furious that you didn't jump off the roof with your friends. Mom doesn't say anything because Japanese parents, usually they don't pay attention to what their kids are doing. However, the teacher is going to be furious because the teacher gets graded by their fellow colleagues or whatever, and if you are... The Japanese term is kyochosei, which is like cooperability. If you don't do exactly what the fuck the rest of the class, the atmosphere of the class is like saying that you should be doing, everyone's gonna be like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It's like, God, Becky, why the fuck do you have to spill your spaghetti all the time? It's probably way worse for girls than it is for guys as well, actually. Because if there's one thing that girls are mean about, it's like not getting along with everyone. So Asa is a perfect stand-in for that type of shit. That social commentary is completely divorced from autism. Look, I say autism for everything, but she clearly has something. Is that why delinquent culture is a thing? Yes. But delinquents also have their same, like, we all have to pay attention to what everyone else is doing as well. That's Japan for you. This is why it's better to be just a white guy gaijin in Japan instead of wanting to be part of the herd. You don't want to be part of the herd. You're not built to be part of the herd, gaijin, weeaboos. That shit is awful. And I say this as someone who was the fun guy in the classroom back in the day in high school. I remember, this is like a minor thing, but like I was in high school and in college, and in college I was on the swim team at the Sophia University, and like there were situations when you had to like there would be a swim meet, right, on the weekend, and to get there I would have to like wake up at like 6 a.m. to get on the train to go there. So by the time I'm there, I'm just like, I'm fucking exhausted, you know. I haven't got enough sleep. It's like I have to be around people. My autism is acting up. I'm like, oh, this fucking sucks. So your other members of the team are constantly swimming in their heats, right? So, but I have to swim in my heat as well. So I'm like, oh god, I have to just like somehow like detox. So I'm just like lying on the side of the pool while like, you know, other shit is going on, and then like trying to regain some strength, right? And then like one of the managers or like the bucho, the club leader or someone like comes up to me and is like, hey, you know, BB-kun, like, you know, she's like, she does the whole like take you off to the side thing, like, you know, that's not good, right? We all have to be here for the team. You can't just chill. Like that might be the case for any team sport, but like swimming isn't a team sport, guys. Let's be honest. Swimming is not a fucking team sport. It's not a team sport. They just pretend it's a team sport. You all swim in your individual heats. I'm not really hurting anybody by being not standing there and being attentive, but that's just the kind of like Japanese, like you have to be on brand, awake, active for everybody else to show that you're part of the fucking corporation or the team or the organization at all times. It can't just be like you're doing your job. That's not enough. You also have to provide like you're pretending to be doing your job. In fact, pretending to be doing your job is more important than actually doing your job in Japanese society. Anybody who's actually worked as salaryman will tell you that. Japanese salarymen always are like, oh, I'm working overtime, I had to stay till like midnight. But then like if you actually go into like what they were doing till midnight, they were just like sitting around and smoking and like drinking coffee and shit like that half of the time. They're not actually being productive. How old are you? I'm fucking 38. That's right. I'm your fucking senpai. You better talk to me in Keigo. Show some respect, bitch. All of you who are younger than me in chat, if we're going by our Japanese standards, you're not allowed to joke about how old I am. Instead, you have to be like, oh, so desu ka, BaalBud senpai. Wakarimashita. You have to be like, oh. Senpai! Oh, senpai! Alright! Alright, senpai! Ush! Cheers! Yoroshiku onegaishimasu! I love being a stinky 21-year-old Zoomer. You'll be my age too at some point. Unless you aren't. Unless you die first. There's always that option. Dying is always the option, but yeah. Ball-sama. I don't go to Japanese companies, so I don't actually know how this really works, but I've heard that the whole senpai kohai shit At least this was for older generations. It would follow you like the entire time, like the rest of your life. So if you're like 65, and then like you're someone working at your company is like 68, he was your fucking senpai, and you would have to like address him with Keigo going forward, like until you die, basically. Dying is always better than aging. Depends on how you die, I guess. At 38, I'm feeling pretty fucking healthy, honestly. I stopped eating sugar recently, so... My mommy is feeding me high-quality food, so... It's pretty easy to stay healthy in my current situation. Alright, now we have to fill this page with a variety of American content. Guys, list all the American things that you can think of right now. LeBron? I'm not drawing LeBron, guys. That takes too much work. Eagle, apple pie, gringo food from Taco Bell. Let's draw the Taco Bell logo. It's a good idea. God, the current Taco Bell logo is so fucking soulless. Holy shit. I forgot that I don't go to Taco Bell, so I forgot how incredibly fucking soulless it is. Jesus Christ. I mean, look at that. That fucking flat-ass corporate shit. It goes from this to this. Jesus, that looks so fucking bad. Jesus. Hold on, I have to go take a piss. I'll be back. We're the Rebel Yale. Grab for more. Oh. Be right back. Oh, fuck. Oh. Clowns became pedophiles and murderers in the last 40 years, so I'm going to disagree with you there. I think clowns were always murderers, we just didn't notice. Call me a skeptic or something about the niceness of clowns, but... Classic Taco Bell logo. Yeah, let's fucking go. Taco Bell as it was meant to be. As Uncle Sam intended it. Never forget, never forgive. Always live by whatever corporate logo that you grew up with in the 90s. Does anyone do Zoomers agree with the millennials' take about how everything was better in the 90s, especially shit like corporate logo and art design? Because I'm pretty sure this is a pretty universal agreement that the current minimalist art style of every single fucking corporate logo and every single menu kind of sucks. And it's not just like millennials who grew up in the 90s being like, oh, this is what it was in my childhood, so it was better. I think we all agree that it was better and now it's worse. Like, eliminating all detail out of every single thing, every single icon is not a good thing, corporations. You don't have to do that. And it'd be fine if it was like one company, but it's literally every company. That's the problem, right? There isn't like the corporation that's like, we're gonna zig while everyone's zagging. It's probably, I bet it's all Apple's fault now that I think about it. Wasn't like Apple the first company that was like super successful that was also like, we're gonna go minimalism on everything? I feel like all the corporations were like, you know, Apple makes a $1 trillion every second. Everybody fucking loves the Apple art design. Let's all be like Apple. I think that's what happened. That's my theory. Corporations are very uncreative just by definition, so if they see one thing that is like slightly successful, they're like, oh, we'll do that too. We'll be just like Apple, guys. Shout outs to Arizona Tea for being the last bastion. True. It's still there. Now that was some shit that everyone drank during the 90s, that's for sure. You couldn't walk around without seeing like one guy with a fucking baggy ass jeans with an Arizona iced tea. Arizona iced tea is as American and 90s, 2000s as, I don't know, Limp Bizkit and System of a Down. Good Charlotte. Arizona Tea still family owned too. Thank God. I want my family to give me my terminal levels of sugar in my supposedly non-sugared, you know, healthy beverage. How much sugar is in an Arizona iced tea? Arizona iced tea sugar content. It's only 24, oh, for 8 ounce. So the big ass can is, I can't see, it's like 25 grams? Uh, 23 grams of sugar. No, wait, that's, oh, it's 2 servings per container. I thought that was low. It's only 42 grams of sugar if you drink the entire fucking can. Yes. Yeah, one of the tall cans, the default size is, it's straight up, 40 grams of sugar. Too much, simple as that, but it tastes so good. Delicious. Americans don't have the concept of drinking tea, or any beverage for that matter, without sugar in it, of course. That would be too healthy. We don't do that shit around here. Fucking communists trying to get us to drink less corn syrup. You made her so hot with the freckles. I actually need to add more freckles now that I think about it. Around the tits. If you're putting freckles on the face, you must also add freckles to the boobs. That's just the law. That's just how things work, right? I like freckles that just sort of are just around the chest area. So they're kind of like, what do you call it? A happy trail going down into the tit cleavage. I'm personally not a huge freckle guy because they don't look as good in the format of like pen and ink drawings, I feel. I feel like freckles only reach their full potential when you have like proper color drawings. And you can get the paleness of the skin and stuff like that. But in pen and ink, they're just not as good. Credit card debt? Yeah, we'll add some credit cards here. Taco Bell! Actually, I think I know what to do about this when we want to list the American institutions. We can just listen to America Fuck Yeah and list off all the things. Matt Stone and Trey Parker have already done the job for me. America, fuck yeah. There's the Taco Bell. Books! They had Taco Bell in the song, I forgot. Yeah, I didn't remember until I started thinking about the song and I was like, wait, there's Taco Bell in there. That's right. There's also sushi. I definitely enjoy the sushi call out right there. Alright, let's put some, we can definitely put some credit cards in here. MasterCard, credit card. What's a good MasterCard? Or maybe Visa. Visa has a better logo. What's like the worst interest rate credit cards? First Premier Bank MasterCard credit card. Annual APR 36%. Annual fee $50 to $125. LMA fucking O. Holy shit. Not only are you getting 36%, you also have to pay $50 to $125 a year to go into debt. That's insane. Worse for balance transfers. Community Bank Maximum Rewards Visa Signature Card. Transfer intro APR 0%. Regular APR 23 to 28. This card is quite expensive for people who want to reduce the cost of existing debt. It charges a 5% minimum $10 balance transfer fee. Oh shit, I didn't get that. 5% balance transfer. So if you're like $1,000 in debt and then you're like, oh, I'm going to transfer to a different card that has 0% APR, then they charge like, you know, like $50 for 5%. So that if you're like $1,000. I've never paid a credit card, you know, the monthly interest at any point, so it's it is a very foreign concept to me. What's the worst reward credit card you could have that doesn't exist? Reward credit cards. I'm trying to think of meme-ass credit cards I can have. Oh, let's get a Pornhub brand credit card. How about that? We can hit two birds with one stone. We can have a Pornhub reference and a credit card with Pornhub on it. Do you agree that our credit scores are crazy? Golden American Express, I don't know, I'm a Europoor. American credit scores are weird because literally everybody can get a credit card. There's always like some sort of like shitty lender that will give you a credit card so you can waste more of your money. I need some kind of reference image for... Sharknado loan card. This might be a little too small of a space to What is the shape of the credit card? Maybe, I don't know, this is a weird space for the Taco Bell logo. Maybe I can just make the Taco Bell logo bigger. And just fit it in here. I don't know. The composition is we're gonna have to figure out the composition. We can use a less defined image, like a nuclear explosion. Let's Google some Hiroshima here. Hiroshima nuclear cloud. Make her waist bigger like true America, Kokona. No, we're celebrating America today, son. We're celebrating freedom. You Europoors would never understand. Good stream so far. Glad I tuned in. We're celebrating America. Nothing like celebrating America with your favorite internet boob artist streamer. Am I right? I'm definitely right. Also, it's actually not that hot in my room today because I think it seems like it's about to rain. I'm not sure. Nagasaki neglected yet again. I mean, they weren't neglected when they decided to drop a second bomb on it. Am I right? Ba-boom, ba-boom, shh. I love how Americans were like, it's always funny when you like encounter an American online who's like, they had to do it, son. It was to save lives. A ground invasion of Japan would have cost millions and millions of good American boys their lives. And then you just be like, but then why did they drop another nuclear bomb the next day, Daddy? Before Japan had a chance to surrender. It's like, dot. Because we had to find out what it looked like, you know? Kick W. By the way, Japanese pacifists are so annoying when it comes around, like summer comes around every year. Because there's all these like nuclear pacifists. And it's like, why would they be annoying? Well, the Japanese nuclear pacifists have such a boner for being victims. Like, victims are annoying in every country. But the Japanese nuclear pacifists are giga annoying because they're all like, we must make sure that wars will never happen ever again. I'm like, are you like actually pretending like wars aren't happening right now just because like countries don't have nukes? If anything, the countries that have nukes are the ones that aren't involved in wars. I just want to be like, when are you guys gonna update your fucking rhetoric? I don't know. Japanese left wing is really weird. Like, they're like some hyper-communist, ultra-pacifist weirdos in the Japanese left wing. Where it seems like they're completely divorced from reality. From what I read about Operation Downfall, they would have very much been committing genocide over there. Yeah, but they didn't have to drop a second bomb on Nagasaki, like, within the next day and a half or so. The reason why they dropped the second bomb on Nagasaki was because they wanted to see what it was like. Duh. Like, you can't justify being like, oh, we're just immediately going to drop the second nuke. Like, the only reason you do that is because you want to see what it looks like, and because you don't want to make sure that USSR doesn't get in there. That one general wanted to nuke China. There's always one general that wants to nuke everything. You just have to hope that he's not the one that's responsible for making decisions. It's just like, what's the problem? Why can't I nuke? It was all about Soviet. That's what they say. that they wanted to make sure that Japan would surrender before the Soviet would would enter, so they wouldn't have to split it like they did for East Germany. You know, it's pretty funny because that opinion and also the opinion that the reason why there were none of the major American carriers at Pearl Harbor when Japan attacked was because they knew about it and they were waiting for Japan to attack on purpose, and it was like a false flag, a version of false flag. That was also a conspiracy theory when I was growing up, and now like right now like it feels like 90% of the internet agrees with that shit. I know there's been like new evidence and stuff, but it was definitely not considered to be a mainstream opinion in the 90s. It was like, what are you talking about? America would never do something like that to sacrifice their soldiers. Now it's like, yeah, sounds about right. We should nuke the house of my ex-wife. Nuclear radiation. Wasn't the second bomb drop an accident but played off as if they did it on purpose? How the fuck can you drop a nuclear bomb as an accident? You have to fucking fly a plane there. It's not an accident. They wanted to do it because they wanted to test out the two different types of bombs they had. Fat Boy was taking a little too much space in Eisenhower's basement. Thank God there was another country. Imagine if the only country America was fighting was Italy. They wouldn't have been able to use any of their cool equipment. Italy so weak at war in World War II that they had an entire gay yaoi country, Gijinka anthropomorphized young boys anime series based off of it being bad at warfare 60 years after the fact. The only time a North Korean bomb will land on is accident. The truth is, I don't think anyone actually wants to dismantle the state of North Korea because there isn't any benefit to doing that. Like, even if they can't actually successfully bomb the states or anything. Like, despite what we pretend, North Korea is a very stable regime, so the situation in the post-North Korean dictatorship, just like being out there with possible nukes going to other countries and stuff like that, is probably way worse than whatever situation we have with the Kims in charge, honestly. They're not harebrained or like weird at all, honestly. They're very stable in how they behave. They just do enough missile tests to make sure that everyone knows that they might or might not have nukes, or at least they're going to pretend they have nukes. And then make sure that you don't get attacked, and then you ask for like aid from the Americas by being a good boy for a brief period of time, and then you go back to showing that you have nukes, and you just keep doing that for eternity, so... After Libya, LOL. The whole Libya thing, also Iraq and stuff, you know, it basically set back American diplomacy by like 500 years because now every dictator is like, oh fuck, I better not give up any of my weapons ever. Nobody wants to end up like Gaddafi or Saddam. Nuclear symbol is kind of difficult to draw, honestly. I got the three-prong in the wrong location. I need to move it a little. Damn, listening to all this classical music, it makes me feel like I should be playing Dragon Quest. If there's something that tells you that my brain is fried from playing too much video games, thinking that classical music equals Dragon Quest, that's the thing. That means I've played too much video games. that I can't even think of like classical music in a context that isn't Dragon Quest. Dragon Quest 8, Dragon Quest 5, Dragon Quest 11. I was never really a Dragon Quest guy growing up. Where's the person in chat who's like, actually nobody talks about it, but Dragon Quest 6 is the best Dragon Quest? Wait, that's wrong video. That's me watching Manhunter for the 5th time. Dragon Quest OST playlist. This better start with the opening. No, I want the fucking opening, goddammit. Start with the opening and then we can go to other stuff. Here's the 8 soundtrack. No, that's not. Where's the fucking opening? God damn it. I can't listen to Dragon Quest without getting the full experience, which includes the fucking opening. Fine, we'll just play it separately. Dragon Quest Narratives is fucking made up on the spot, which is why nobody likes it after Dragon Quest V. I've never played it. Thank you. I'm more of a Final Fantasy guy, and I think I even like Final Fantasy's main title better than Dragon Quest's main title, but people were talking about changing Japanese national anthem, and someone was just like, we should just make it the Dragon Quest music. I'm like, you know what? That's a great idea. Just fucking do it. Make the Japanese national anthem the Dragon Quest title. It'll be way better. Reminder, Sugiyama helped the Trade Federation cover up the invasion of Naboo. We hate Sugiyama. Sugiyama's dead, right? Everybody except the scenario writer is dead. Toriyama's dead and both Sugiyama's dead. Dragon Quest is fucking dunzo. We're not getting any more. Unless you want, like, watered-down, soulless version of Dragon Quest. Luckily, Toriyama finished the character designs. So yeah, 12 will be its last. No! We can't let our series die out even though all the creators are dead. We have to have it continue forever, is what's gonna happen though. We're just gonna get like soulless Dragon Quest going forward. People need to make money. Surely the future games won't be bad. Am I right? Shut up, stop talking. I mean, Enix exists as a company. They're not just going to stop making Dragon Quest. They already sold it out as like a Muso and all the, you know, as a gacha and stuff like that. You don't think they're going to make a mainline title at some point? There's already like soulless versions of Dragon Quest in the gacha version and shit like that. So they're definitely going to have like Dragon Quest 13 and it's going to be like, it probably will be just good enough that you'll try playing it. And then you'll play it, and you'll be like, oh, it's not actually, yeah, ooh. Reminder that the Dragon Quest III remake Warrior Woman today I will remind them. I will remind them today that they were willing to put a flesh-colored pants on the Dragon Quest III Warrior Woman. So, if they were willing to do this shit, even if it might be like a temporary issue with Western, you know, shit, but if they were willing to sacrifice their vision doing this. There's zero chance that they won't make a lame-ass Dragon Quest 13 that is subpar and soils the legacy of all the previous games or whatever. I don't know, man. I'm not a huge fan of Dragon Quest to begin with, so it's not going to bother me that much. I didn't think that Dragon Quest was that... I mean, it was obviously great games for the time, but I don't think it was... I don't think they're that great in retrospect. Like, I don't have, like, a huge itch to replay Dragon Quest 8 or something, for example. That shit is so fucking ass. It seems I have annoyed all the people in chat. Who would have thought? It's honestly one of the most disgusting shit I could ever see with my eyes. Bikini warrior woman having her undershirt underneath the fucking bikini armor, and then they're making it like brown as if we won't even fucking notice. It's like, oh, don't worry guys, we'll have it skin colored. You'll barely even notice that they've changed the character design. Alright, more American things to put in here. How about Ozempic? Dragon Quest 8 on the 3DS is great. Beer. Just gonna have to move everything around later to figure out where I want to put stuff. No, actually that's bad. I have to figure it out right now or else the composition will be all weird. The problem with the Taco Bell logo is it's a very stable shape, which can make it look weird if it's not in the right location. Maybe it needs to be bottom left. Would you play a Chrono Trigger remake? I've never played Chrono Trigger, by the way. The big RPG blind spots I have that I just never got to for some reason, I've always missed the opportunity to play. Chrono Trigger, although that's more understandable because I never had a Super Nintendo. Chrono Trigger, Final Fantasy Tactics. What else? That might be it. And most of the Dragon Quest. I've only finished Dragon Quest 8. I still haven't finished 11. It's still... like, I'm 70 hours into 11, it's just sort of sitting there. Ford F-150. '90s Ford. Yes, sir. Really want my Ford truck. Final Fantasy IX remake. I really like Final Fantasy IX, and I don't know, man. I don't know if Square Enix is capable of making any kind of video game in 2025. I don't know if they have the talent to do anything. Like, I know there's a lot of people who say they liked Rebirth quite a lot. But for me, the Final Fantasy VII remakes are me trying to like a game, not me actually liking a game, which is not the same. Like, I want to like the Final Fantasy VII Remake. If I actually like a video game, like, I can't stop playing it. I will play it until my eyes bleed, like I did for Dragon's Dogma 2, until I realized that I had just exhausted most of the content and I was extremely disappointed. Final Fantasy VII, I was like, oh, it's okay, I like it. There's aspect of it I like it. If you have to like try to like something, you're not actually in love with it. This sounds like relationship advice, but I really do think that it is that way. And there's nothing released by Square recently that I was like, I actually couldn't help but stop. I couldn't stop playing that level of like at all. Final Fantasy Remake has good combat and enemy design, but the overproduced music and bloated pacing just fucking kills the experience. They didn't win an award for its music, which is just remixes of the original music. So it's like, oh, cool, you just took fucking Sakaguchi. No, wait, what's his name? I can never remember which guy's which in the whole 90s Final Fantasy, which guy made which. The music guys. Sakaguchi is the director, right? No, wait, yeah. And yeah, I mean, the music was already good, so. Yeah, Nobuo Uematsu, right. Uematsu is the music, Sakaguchi is the director. Here's the thing. I've had this argument before, but I like Final Fantasy VIII, even though it's not Sakaguchi. Final Fantasy VIII is one of my favorite Final Fantasies. I grade 8 and 9 on a different level, and then like 7. For me, it's like, okay, tier 1 is 8 and 9. Tier 2 is like 7 and 10 and 12. And then tier absolute fucking dog shit puke, suck my cock, this is awful, never make me touch this shit again is Final Fantasy 13, for example. Final Fantasy is fucking ass and you should feel bad for liking it? No, it's good. You're just not as educated as I am. I'm sorry you have poor taste. I like 13. Ugh. You don't understand how good 8 is. Because you've never been in love like Squall was in love with Rinoa. What a beautiful love story told in between playing Triple Triad. You have a lot of bad takes. Name one of my bad takes. All of my takes are completely correct. Nobody has ever spoken more truth to power than me. Literally every single thing I've said has been true. I'm stunning and brave in all of my opinions. And humble as well. Honestly, you guys should be paying money just to listen to my opinions. They're so good. All your RPGs suck compared to those 3 creators. They suck. Oh, thanks for the sub, Wishy Wishy. I appreciate the support. Is that a Ford F-150? Yes, the most American of cars, a 2000 era Ford F-150. This might be a little too big, but whatever. Ford F-150 Super Cab, let's go! How big do the wheels need to be? Final Fantasy VIII filtered me because I didn't know your characters didn't get stronger when leveling them up. Managed to get 3rd disc though. So the thing about Final Fantasy VIII is that its gameplay is fundamentally flawed, but all the other parts of it not only make up for the flawed gameplay, but in some ways I feel like they actually enhance the flawedness of the gameplay. Like, I don't think anybody can argue that the junction system, besides the whole, like, you didn't understand that leveling up would be differential or detrimental to your player, to your character, it's, ultimately the best way to be getting stronger in Final Fantasy VIII is doing something extremely boring, i.e. standing around and drawing a million pieces of magic so you have, like, the proper magic to junction, right? So, the core mechanic is something that makes combat boring, unless you're going to get all your magic by playing cards. So if you say it's just a card game, then that's okay as well. And yet, I've been replaying it recently, and I haven't found it the slightest bit aged. Like, the funkiness of all the mechanics, it feels good because they feel, like, creative in a weird way. Like, if they actually remade it, they would have to get rid of the junction system. I have no doubt about that. Once you figure out the junction system, it's basically over. Yes, that's the other problem. The junction system is too difficult for people who don't understand what's going on. And then if you have one person that actually takes the time to figure out how the system works and, you know, actually starts junctioning proper magic and shit and refining stuff from items, then suddenly your team becomes incredibly overpowered. So it's very hard to balance around as well. Combined, it's just, it's a system where everything's either too easy or too hard, and you have to constantly adjust your own difficulty, or else you're just going to be one-shotting shit. It shows you the general, the beauty, the simple beauty of the leveling system, why it's so good. The more you play, the stronger you get, that type of stuff. That's simple and easy to understand for everybody. You should feel bad for liking Final Fantasy VIII. I'm sorry that you're wrong, but there's nothing you can do about it. You're just going to have to live your life knowing that you have the wrong opinion about Final Fantasy VIII. And no matter how angry you get at the streamer, your opinion will still be wrong. It's sad, really, but there's nothing you can do. If only people didn't have so many wrong opinions, then I wouldn't have to commit mass genocide and nuke the entire planet. As Chrono Cross came out 6 months after Final Fantasy VIII and had a better anti-grinding system. I don't even think Final Fantasy VIII junction system was supposed to be anti-grinding. I don't think they were thinking that much about how it was supposed to be set up. I legitimately think that they just like stumbled into shit with Final Fantasy VIII. Like, if we look at the other games that Toriyama and not that Toriyama, different Toriyama. Wait, what was his name? I think it was Toriyama. No, wait. Was it Toyama? What was his name? Like, some of the producers, whatever they stumbled into after Final Fantasy VIII, like, the same games made by them was, like, Final Fantasy 13 and stuff. So, I'm pretty sure that Final Fantasy VIII was just, they just got lucky that it was even halfway decent. I don't think it was on purpose. Obviously, you're going to argue that it's not even decent to begin with, but I think it's great. It comes together very nicely, I would say. It's atmospheric and beautiful. Final Fantasy VIII is a grindy game with uneven pacing. It's not grindy if you know what you're doing, that's the thing. It's a game in which it can be extremely ungrindy. If you have an understanding of the system, you can just junction a bunch of stuff, you can play a few cards, and boom, there's no more grinding. That's also part of the problem. You can easily abuse the magic system so that you don't have to grind. Final Fantasy 7 and 10 is better. Final Fantasy 9 has better characters than 7 or 10. Ten suffers from not having enough exploration, no world map. Seven, it seems like they haven't fully figured out the entire how to make games on PS1 yet. Materia is a good idea, and it's very similar to how you use items in Final Fantasy IX as well, so... Gameplay-wise, I'd say 7 and 9 are pretty similar. Final Fantasy X's airship fucking sucks. The endgame of 10 kind of sucks, despite it having a shit ton of endgame. It's not a fun endgame, that's the problem. I fucking hate the birds outside my window. They're so annoying, boys. Oh. I want them to shut up, but there's no way I can make them. They're too powerful. God, this place is so sweaty. We have all these fucking PS1 RPG nerds that probably never got fucking laid during high school, unlike me. I bet you guys were just playing Final Fantasy IX all day long. You came home from middle school instead of banging with Stacy like me. Going to state, state championship with the rest of the football team. Let's fucking go. I mostly played games with my girlfriend in middle school. How do you even play games? Oh, that's right. You had multiplayer back then. There's legitimately so few multiplayer games that you could play with, like, other players. Back in my day. I remember on Super Famicom, Super Nintendo, back from elementary school, I would go to other kids' houses because I didn't have a video game system, and we would play Bomberman. That shit was fun. Bomberman is like the ultimate multiplayer game. The classic multiplayer game. It doesn't get better than Bomberman with the buds. Zoomers will never understand. The random encounters in early games spoiled the experience. Well, you'll like Final Fantasy VIII because you can basically eliminate random encounters within like the first 10 hours of the game. You just equip the Guardian Force that allows you to skip random encounters. U.S. national debt as percentage of GDP graph. How do you do in swimming? Did you win any heats? I was shit at swimming. I have genes that make my body look good. Like, I look pretty fit and ripped at every point in my life. But in terms of, like, actual sports performance, I've always been pretty fucking shit. One of my Japanese friends when I was on the swim team was like, damn, you look like you're super fast at swimming. I'm like, I know, right? But that means I'm not. I'm not fast. I was absolute shit. But you know what? Swimming is hard. There's no, like, you know, tricks you can play in swimming. It's just swimming fast. There's nothing more to it. There isn't, like, any special technique. You just have to fucking swim fast. Now you have Bomber Girl Gacha Mesugaki. You didn't know about the Mesugaki? Yes. This is a thing. They figured it out. They were like, how do we revive our franchise? I know. I have the one option. The nuclear option, if you will. We must deploy the Mesugaki. I'll just have it be like... You gotta draw Star Wars and Duke Nukem with Freckle Girl? I don't have any more space in the page. Alright, that's enough, Hori. Can't say I like Dragon Quest music as much as I like Final Fantasy music, especially like Final Fantasy 11 and stuff. Let's fucking go! Not 1, 11. You know, I was thinking of reinstalling Magic the Gathering Arena just because I was watching people play it and there was like the Final Fantasy songs playing in the background and I was like, fuck, this is good. The juice of the Final Fantasy was rubbing off on the shittiness of MTG and I was like, ooh, I like MTG now. It's working. But then I remembered that playing a shit ton of Magic was a waste of my time, so I shouldn't do that. Which Garu character is your favorite and what is she from? I don't like Garu. Yeah, that's right, I said it. I don't like Garu. Never did. You take your Garu and you have her be in an AV or something, I don't know. I like Gyaruko-chan because she has big titties. And because the author got caught by Japanese customs because he tried to bring back child pornography from Germany. Or something, I don't remember. Good times. Now that I look at birds, I can see why there's supposed to be dinosaurs. They have the same eyeballs as dinosaurs, or at least reptiles, now that I think about it. Just drawing this eyeball, it's like, hey, this looks like a reptile or a dinosaur or some shit. It's like, no, it's actually you're drawing a bald eagle. This is a good political cartoon, should be in the New York Times. I'm sorry, I'm too good for the New York Times. They wouldn't understand the depth of my analysis. What I'm trying to say here. Yeah, I don't think the average New York Times reader would be able to understand what I'm trying to depict. It's too deep. See, the bald eagle is white. The head is white, so how much detail did I put in? Because if I put in too much detail, it doesn't look white anymore. This is the difficult part. Damn, the Bastock markets. That shit brings back memories. If you wonder why I'm not very good at art right now, it's because instead of spending 10 million hours drawing manga, I spent 10 million hours playing Final Fantasy 11 back in the day. And by back in the day, I mean 1 year after college. I think I clocked like 1,200 hours in like my first 6 months of playing Final Fantasy 11, then I stopped playing. I think it's still my longest played game, but that's really nothing compared to all those old school RuneScape players who never fucking stop. They have really flat heads, these bald eagles. Honestly, I think we just know bald eagles from our cool, like, truck stickers and shit, but I don't think anybody really knows what these things are like. Aren't they just, like, scavengers and stuff? They're not as cool as we think they are. They bully lesser creatures much like bears do and steal their food. Well, that's fine. That's a good representation of America. That's basically the entire American strategy for everything. A little too thick. Also, apparently the scree noise we often associate with bald eagles isn't actually what bald eagles sound like. Apparently that's like some kind of falcon or some shit, not bald eagles. What a beautiful image I created. God, I'm so artistically talented. I like this America-chan. I wish I had a blonde girlfriend with freckles and AR-15 and corn syrup. No, wait, no I don't. Because there's actually quite a bit of white women like that. And real white women somehow aren't as attractive as anime depictions of white women. I'm not sure why. You want to see America-chan's freckles and spread hole? Gotta pay for the OnlyFans. Yes, this is true. There are actually a lot of America-chans similar to that. I especially like the crystal theme of Final Fantasy, where it's like dun 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 dun. Anime white girls are the best. They're always like, I'm 1/18th Finnish. My great-great-great-grandmother was from Norway. Recessive genes are not a thing in anime, by the way. Shoutouts for Lisa. Is this where we talk about how Lisa was selling her body to ugly old bastard men for money? For those of you who haven't played Persona 2. Imagine being like, oh, my childhood friend, white blonde girl, she's so cute. And then she's like, in the dramatic reveal, she's like, yeah, I sold my body, LMAO. It was a different time, guys. Enjo Kosai was totally okay back then. Nothing is funnier than people who are obsessed with the virginity of their waifu in 2D characters. Who's like, no! She had a boyfriend in the past! No! My perfect waifu! There's a specific anime called Kannagi. I remember back in my day. It's a pretty normal, distinct anime, just about like standard plot of like main character guy. There's like some god girl or something like that. I don't know. The same oh my goddess shit that you've read a million times. But the funny thing about it was the author made the mistake halfway through of introducing like an ex-boyfriend character to show up for the main girl, and the fucking fan base lost it. This was like around 2005 or something like that, I don't know. And there was like photos on the internet, the early internet, of people like tearing up all of their books of the manga, the original manga, and like posting it online and stuff because they were such traumatized by the concept of like their perfect anime girlfriend having a relationship with a man in the past. They're like, no, this cannot be. No, not my anime girlfriend. No. I don't know if we had a blow up like that recently, but I can't really think of anything. It was a different time, guys. People were more innocent. Where's the McDonald's arch? Where can we fit the McDonald's? Well, maybe we can fit it right above the... See, if I put it next to the national debt graph, it might look out of place. We'll put it in the bottom right corner. Actually, let's do Arby's. Nah, fuck McDonald's. We're doing Arby's. I'm a man. I know what I want. God bless your soul, Arby's. Put Israel in, you won't. See, if Israel was actually part of America, it would be actually better. The problem is that America supports Israel under whatever conditions at all times, despite it not being part of America. That's the kind of the problem. Everyone knows America is part of Israel. Just because American politicians are slaves to the Israeli lobbyists doesn't mean America is part of Israel now, guys. Let's not be overly dramatic. Remember the time in which America said no to Israel? That one time. It happened recently under the Biden administration, when Biden, for a brief period of time, said, I won't give you, every single thing you want. And Mr. Netanyahu is very unhappy. That happened. And now Biden is gone, and, we're back to business as normal. America won't ever be accepted as part of Israel. They'd have to accept black Israelites then. I don't think that's how it works. I'm pretty sure that's not how those things work. I don't think anybody's going to accept black Israelites at any point, so I don't think we have to worry about that one. Never met a motherfucker who ate at Arby's, bro. Those fans are mythical. I ate at Arby's the other day. Not the other day, maybe like a few months ago. I like the curly fries. That being said, the Zootopia comic edit of the Zootopia abortion comic has scarred my psyche very deeply, and all I can think about when I hear the word Arby's is the Zootopia abortion comic now. It's a very powerful comic, and the Arby's edit is also a very powerful internet edit put together. It has forever associated my brain the concept of Arby's and a rabbit being impregnated by an anthropomorphic fox have always been together. To this day, I don't understand what the person was thinking when he made that comic. It's one of the great mysteries. Furries are so weird, my god. There's nothing truly as weird as furries. What's truly crazy is how good they are at drawing. It takes a lot of skill to be able to draw anthropomorphized animals, because you have to be able to combine features like anatomy. You have to have an understanding of both human and animal anatomy and be able to combine them in a way in which it looks balanced. Obviously there's a few furries that aren't very good at it, but they work so hard at their craft. It's very impressive if you think about it. Yeah, we're just going to be glazing furries all stream, guys. This is a pro furry stream. By the way, the AI prompting site that I found, it has a bunch of different styles that you can use as like a quick Dropbox. So you don't have to be like, you don't have to like type in the style of this this artist and figure out what artist you're trying to mimic and shit like that. You can just like choose Disney Sketch and stuff without having to know the name of the artist. But like they have like 8 different options for furry. It's like psychedelic furry, playful furry, you know, like eight different furry options. Let's actually see what happens. Let's see. So I go to the website and I type in blonde cowboy girl in American flag bikini holding a Coke soft drink can, and then I change the style to not safe for work psychedelic furry, psychedelic furry, psychedelic furry 2, furry professor, bunny cat, I assume bunny cat is furry, furry digital photography. How many more furry options do we have? Furry oil, furry cinematic, furry painted, furry drawn, 3D Pokemon, 2D Pokemon. Enough furry options. Let's try psychedelic furry. Furry's another group you aren't allowed to speak ill of now. Are we not? How horrifying. Honestly, I don't have that much ill will against furries. At least when they do their, like, hotel get-togethers and stuff, they, like, rent out the room, even if they, like, you know, annihilate it with diapers and stuff. Huh, not bad, honestly. Some of these are pretty soulful, guys. I don't know. I think the furries might be onto something. This is definitely psychedelic furries. What do you think of this, for example? What kind of animal is this? Booba. Delicious. No wonder the furries are using this shit non-stop. They can't help themselves. This is my new fursona, guys. It is supposed to be psychedelic, so that's weird. Let's try a different furry style. Uh-oh, what happens if I choose not safe for work furry? I'm kind of afraid. We might get something I can't show you guys. Too much AI hurt eyes. Guys, AI prompters are just as legitimate artists as real artists. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said real artists. That's unfair to AI prompting AI artists. Okay, this one has a massive cock. Wow, they all have cocks. Yeah. Well, that would be not the not safe for work part. They all have huge erect cocks coming out of their their American flag bikinis. That might be a little inappropriate for Twitch. I did say cowgirl. I didn't ask for it to have a cock. The cock just comes there automatically, it seems. Okay, let's try furry oil painting realism. It's Pride. Does Pride Month cover all the futa girls out there? Oh, interesting. The older furry models, they have a bunch of older furry models with the psychedelic furry being the newest one. They actually give you a human. See, I didn't type furry in my prompt. I just typed blonde cowboy girl in American flag bikini holding a Coke soft drink. And it automatically gave me a furry without me having to type furry. But the older options that say furry oil, they don't actually give you a furry automatically. That's interesting. Psychedelic Furry 2. See, there's two options for Psychedelic Furry. There's Psychedelic Furry 1 and Psychedelic Furry 2. Guys, speaking about things that you're asked whether you would fuck or not, would you fuck a taru taru? What about this? This fucking literal potato. It does have a bangs and Himeka-like thing. No, no, wow. You guys are such stiffs. What about this furry? I don't know, man. I typed into the safe for work furry psychedelic option, but this doesn't look very furry. It looks kind of like a scaly to me. How do we differentiate the scalies from the furries, guys? Is scaly a furry subsection, or is it a rival opposing force to furries? Okay, now this just looks like maximum AI right here. Look at this. This, if you want AI, something that looks like AI, and you ask for furry, you get this horrific monster with this human body, this owl eagle head. Its eyes, the feathers are coming out of its fucking eyeballs. The first one was the best. That was a different model. This is the second model. I assume the first one I had was the higher quality updated model, because obviously whoever's using this is a furry and spends a lot of effort updating the furry model so it's at its best all the time. Let's draw some Ozempic. And then we will have successfully filled up the entire page and I can stop drawing. Use an Evangelion wallpaper like everyone else, for God's sake. This isn't Evangelion wallpaper. You just need to squint your eyes. and you can see the giant Ayanami ray right off in the horizon, bleeding out. Like Asuka and Shinji are just off screen choking each other. Okay, you just can't see it. Scalies and furries are just the same, just anthro animals, but people say anthro and furries are different as well. Stop drawing, not very mangaka-like of you. Yes. I have to play Balatro and then prompt a million porn images, guys. I'm busy. Also, I actually need to draw my manga. The number one reason why I'm drawing this stuff right now, besides it being 4th of July, is because the page that I was working on isn't really yet ready for the stream. Because there's stuff I don't do on stream and there's stuff I do on stream. So yeah, it wasn't really stream ready. So I was like, shit, I have to draw something else. Let's draw some cowgirl tits, you know. Furries co-opted all of anthropomorphic everything. What is the difference between anthro, furry, and kemono? Are we really going to try and make that distinction? Because I don't think there's any real distinction, but some people will say there is a distinction between furry and, you know, various other things. Do we have any furry specialists in here who have observed the furry ways? Old anthropomorphic animal cartoons are not fucking furries. They become furries when modern furries lust after them, don't they? That's how I look at it. Let's actually make sure I have enough space to write the Ozempic. If they have eyeshadow, then it's a furry. Well, I'm pretty sure Bugs Bunny had fucking eyeshadow when he was dressing up as the opera Viking and stuff like that, so... I know this is gonna piss off everybody who has fond memories about watching Looney Tunes as a child and stuff without it getting tainted by fetishists, but yeah. I don't know, man. I think Bugs might be a furry. I mean, we all admit that Lola Bunny is like the beginning of furry culture, isn't it? For like so many people, right? Like, how can we abdicate them of their responsibility? I'm pretty sure it's, yeah. I'm sure the things we love are still furries, even if we love them. We have to come to terms with that. Is your room hot? Yes. But it's not that hot. But I'm going to be done soon, so it's not that bad. My mother allows air conditioning to be on, and it doesn't help that much, but it helps enough, so... God, I fucking love this music. I love it because when I was playing Final Fantasy XI, I was raising my cooking skill, so I would just, I would sit in, what was it, Windurst Alliance, and just fucking grind cooking like myth kebabs all day. Good times. Does anyone here play Final Fantasy XI? I don't think anyone said they did. They never made a Final Fantasy after Final Fantasy X. What do you mean? Final Fantasy XI is good though. There's a reason why it's featured in stuff like Welcome to NHK and shit. Like life-breaking RPGs back in the day were a real thing and they were a lot of fun. What makes Final Fantasy XI good is how you literally couldn't do anything without a bunch of people helping you. So you had to make friends. The socialization aspect of the game was completely baked in with the gameplay. So whether you liked it or not, you were part of like this entire world. Which is definitely not the case with the current modern era of Final Fantasy XIV shit. It's sad, really. You'll never be able to go back to that time. Stop killing games or otherwise. Even if the game still exists in a playable state, online games will never have the same community, so it's kind of special to that point in time and that point in your life. And that's the same for even stuff that aren't online games that require socialization, but especially that for online games. But you can say that for first-player games as well. Like, if you play the game that you thought was awesome on playing on PlayStation 2, you might be a different person. You might not appreciate it anymore. That's kind of sad. It is still played today. I kind of want to get into it. Yeah, there's a few servers that you can get into. I mean, the official servers are still up, right? They never have shut them down. People are still playing it. You had to be there. When I started up Final Fantasy XI, I was just walking through the desert and I was slightly injured. And just like some random person didn't say anything and ran by me and then threw me a cure. This was in like the first 20 minutes of me playing that game. I was like, holy fucking shit. We're actually all in the same world and we're actually all doing shit together. This is crazy. And obviously that level of novelty doesn't exist nowadays. Everyone's like, so what? But even the aspect of just being able to play with other people in like a actual communal world was kind of like groundbreaking, you know? I mean, this is like the ultimate boomer talk. Back in my day, we didn't have bicycles. We had horses. When the first time I got on the bicycle, I was like, holy shit, this isn't like a horse at all. But it was different. I mean, you could make a Final Fantasy XI today, they just don't want to. What made it special was that everything took time and everything was difficult, and the people who had good shit, you knew that they had wasted their entire life playing the game, and you had respect for them for that reason. It's like, oh my god, this guy has sacrificed his entire life in which he could have a wife and kids, but instead he's probably a fucking Mushoku, unemployed Hikinito, stuck in his mother's basement. He's been grinding notorious monsters. Does he have a defender ring? What the fuck? How did he get that? How many hours has he played? What the fuck? It was a different time, guys. Maybe she should be smoking a cigarette. Americans don't smoke cigarettes anymore. We vape. What's the caffeine packs called? Zyn? Something like Zyn? Would people or even you go back to that era of MMO? I can't. You have to play it all day. If you have a job or a family or any kind of life, you can't afford to go back. That's why they won't make it. But a part of me desperately wants to be unemployed in 2010 and just play that shit all day, and I know I can't go back, and that's what makes it so sad. The sacrifice is too great. It was a special time. Because I was completely unemployed and it seemed like there was absolutely no way in which I could get a job. So I was like, fuck, I may as well just play this game, man. What am I fucking do? I'm just waiting for a job to show up. No burger and pick. There's Taco Bell and Arby's, so I think that's enough. Let's see, what's it called? Caffeine? Was it caffeine? Oh, it's just nicotine. Nicotine pouches. Oh, Zyn, that's right. Zyn. Holy shit. What is it with this current generation being like, I know we don't want to be addicted to tobacco like our shitty parents. We'll just consume the addictive nicotine substance on its own. That will be better. So fucking stupid. Like, what the fuck? God, everyone's so stupid. It's like, yeah, I just want to be addicted to something. You know, being addicted feels great. Oh, man. Nothing like being addicted to, this pouch. So I have to spend, like, dollar after dollar every day. I think the truck should be a Hummer. I'm not gonna fucking redraw the truck I already drew, dude. Also, the Hummer isn't as important as an F-150. It's not as American. Wasn't the Hummer sold to a European company at this point? I don't think it's owned by an American company anymore. Sadly. I don't think our Hummers are relevant anymore. I haven't seen like a full-size Hummer 2 in a very long time. There's one person who has a Hummer 3, the small Hummer, parked on my jogging route, but that's the only time I see a Hummer. I haven't seen a... I feel like the Cybertruck is this generation's Hummer. It's definitely... except it's less cool. I don't think you wouldn't be made fun of for having a Hummer. People would be like, God, you're a wasteful asshole, but you weren't... People wouldn't be like, LMAO, you're Elon's bitch if you had a Hummer. Which is definitely not the case for having a Cybertruck. Actually, the underwear, I think it should be like this, yeah. It should be going up. Who still drives a Hummer? I think they're actually very hard to keep on the road as well, especially the first generation ones, because they weren't particularly good cars, so they break down all the time. So if you actually want to maintain your Hummer, it's actually very difficult. I mean, the true car of my youth is the Chrysler PT Cruiser, if you guys have seen one. You know what a Chrysler PT Cruiser looks like, boys? Now that's some true 90s core right there. Shit was popular as fuck back in my day. like a half circle. Any news from Hystrixia? She's never coming back, dude. Just give it up. She's gone. Whatever you miss about her, you may as well give up. She ain't coming. She lives on in spirit? Sure. Yes. Of course. Was she a real life fail girl? I don't know what a fail girl is, but she said when I was chatting with her at one point that her friends get mad at her because she'll be socializing with them and then she'll suddenly cut off her socialization with them and they'll be like, why haven't you talked to me anymore? And she'll be like, I don't know, that's just how I do shit. I was like, huh, at the time. But I didn't think that she would just straight up like just cut off all communication and disappear, but that's what she did. Like, I haven't been trying on myself to like communicate with her because I just figure that she's gone, so I was just like, whatever. I mean, she can like contact me anytime she wants, but she hasn't, so whatever. Yeah, I think it seems like full SP. Again, I've done the same shit. I was just waxing poetic about how much I love Final Fantasy XI, but one day I just fucking disappeared from Final Fantasy XI and never went back. IRL just happens? Yeah, whatever. It's not like Discord actually takes up that much time. If she wanted to be here, she would be here. If she's not, then she's not. Ghosted by your own mod? I mean, that's not that weird, right? Alright, I think we've drawn enough shit in this image. Looks pretty good. Let's make the gun gray. See you guys. Have a nice night. Good night. Have a nice good night. Good night, guys.